it. Whenever this player game object shoot on this enemy game object, I want to show a little bit particle effect or a hit effect, you can simply say. To do so, let's go to project tab, assets, and then sprites folder, and over there I have, of course I will give a link in the description of this as well, you can go and check that out. So I will select this one, and let's choose a perfect one. So this one seems perfect, so I'm gonna select that sprite, go over to inspector, click on sprite editor, and then choose so make sure so we have multiple sprite, so we need to choose a sprite mode to multiple, and pixel per unit to choose something like you can just leave it to 100, but I'm gonna do something like 64. And to get rid of blurry, we need to choose filter mode to point no filter, and then after all of doing all of these things, click on apply in the bottom, and then go over to sprite editor. In the top left you can see slash, so just click there and select automatic to grid by cell count, and count how many columns and rows it has. As you can see, it has 6 7 8 columns, so we're gonna put 8 columns right over here and 1 row, and then click on slice, and then click on apply in the sprite editor top right. And after doing that, I'm gonna select the game view over here, and let's select the sprite sheet, and then click on this arrow, and let's select the first sprite, and let's drag it into the scene view. But the problem is that, as you can see, it seems too much small. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select the sprite sheet one more time, go over to inspector and pixel per unit, let's choose a less number, something like 16, and then scroll down, click apply. As you can see, now it's fine, or we can simply choose something like 20 as well, and let's click on this apply, basically to choose a perfect number. So let's select this game object in the hierarchy, so let's go to hierarchy, so we have in the bottom, and let's call it something like hit effect instead of sprite sheet underscore 0. So let's call it hit effect, sorry, hit effect, and let's drag it top of in the hierarchy so we can see the game object always. And what we will do, we will make the animation, and in order to make the animation, we will select all of the sprite, individual sprite, and drag it top of that on top of that game object in the hierarchy, and it's gonna make the animation right away. So we will go to assets. In assets, we created the animation folder, so let's open that up by double clicking, and let's go to stop animation subfolder, so let's double click, and let's call this animation clip to something else, so we will call hit effect, hint underscore effect, hit underscore effect, and then click on save, and then select the animation tab in the over here, and select the game object in the hierarchy, and hit this play button. So as you can see, the animation is now playing over again and again, but it kind of seems a little bit larger. So what we will do, we will select the sprite sheet one more time, so let's go to project tab, and let's select the sprite sheet, go over to inspector, and let's choose pixel per unit to something a bigger number. Bigger pixel per unit means the sprite just gonna be small, so we're gonna choose 32, and let's click on this apply in the bottom, and as you can see that 32 seems pretty kind good. So we're gonna select the hit effect game object in the hierarchy one more time, and go over to animation tab and hit this play button, and as you can see, now it's pretty seems quite fast. And I don't want this animation clip to be loop, basically this hit effect, it just should be show up once we or this enemy game object takes damage, basically wherever the ray just collide, at that point I want to show this thing, that is the case. So in order to do that, we're gonna make this one prefab, but before we make it prefab, I don't want this animation to be loop, something like this, I don't want to do so. To stop that, we will go to project tab, then assets, basically where we place it the animation, let's go to that folder, so underneath our enemy and animation folder, then stop animation, and we can see the hit underscore effect animation clip right over here, select that, go over to inspector, and as you can see loop time and it's checked, so we're gonna unloop, so we will uncheck that. And after doing that, we're gonna select the hit effect game object from the hierarchy, and drag it into that prefab folder to turn it into a prefab, basically means copy. So we have the copy now, and we don't want to spawn it from here, so we will select the game object, basically hit effect, and let's delete from that in the hierarchy as well as from this scene view. And we're gonna show that up when we hit this enemy game object or wherever the ray collided with this enemy game object. To do so, what we will do, we will open up the player script, basically where we're shooting. So let's select the player game object in the hierarchy, go over to inspector and open up the player script by double clicking on it. And to show that up, so as you can see, we just showing the hit dot point, basically means where the ray is colliding, and over here the enemy is taking damage. So after taking damage or before it takes damage or shakes camera, we're gonna show that effect as well. And in order to show that we do know or spawn, we have to use this instantiate function. And instantiate function, as a first argument, it's gonna take the game object you want to instantiate. So in our case, we want to instantiate that hit effect, so we need those variable. And the second thing, it's gonna take the position from where you want to show up that effect. So we will pass hit dot point, basically means where the ray collided with the enemy game object. And the third thing, it's gonna take the rotation. We're not gonna work on rotation, so we can just simply pass quaternion dot identity. It's basically means no rotation. So let's make this one for now comment by double slash, and let's go to top of our class because we need those variables. So we will go to somewhere around here in the top of our class. Let's make a serialized field private, and that is the game object. Basically, if we go to Unity and then project tab and then assets prefabs and then select this hit effect game object over here, as you can see, this is whole itself a game object. So that's why we need to type the component, or sorry, we basically need the reference of that hit effect, and that is a game object. So that's why we need to type game object, and we can call this one to something like hit effect prefab. So let's call it hit effect prefab, and then close that up with semicolon, control S to save your script. And make sure once you are in Unity, you drag the hit effect right there in hit effect slot. By default, this hit effect slot just gonna be empty, so you just need to drag. So I'm gonna go right there. So let's remove these two slashes from now, forward slashes. So as a first argument, it's gonna take the game object we want to instantiate or spawn or want to show up. So in our case, this hit effect prefab. So let's pass as a first argument hit effect prefab. Sorry, the first letter just gonna be a small letter, so we will pass small letter, and let's pass over here as well. And the second thing, it's gonna take the position, so comma, so we will pass hit dot point, basically wherever the ray collided with that enemy game object. And the third argument, it's gonna take the position rotation, so we will pass quaternion dot identity. It's basically means no rotation, and make sure you just close that up with semicolon. So we spawning this hit effect prefab, basically showing at hit dot point, basically wherever the ray collided with enemy game object, and with no rotation, as you can see. So we're showing that. So make sure you just press down Control S on your keyboard to save your script, and once it's done, go to Unity and make sure you just drag the reference in your underneath your player script. So basically select the player script in the hierarchy and then move over to inspector, scroll down to player script, and you need to drag there. So we're gonna select the player game object in the hierarchy. Let's go over to inspector, scroll down underneath player script, we can see hit effect prefab, and it says none, basically totally empty. So what we will do now, we will go to that prefab folder, and let's select the hit effect game object from that prefab folder, and let's select that and drag it right over here into this hit effect prefab. Or what else you can do, if you just select any other game object mistakenly, so as you can see, it's gone. So what you can do, you can select the player script, basically player game object first, and then go over to player script, right click on it. In the bottom you can can see properties, so just click on that, and now you can just get a split tab, basically player script tab. And now you can just, if you select any game object in the hierarchy, it's not gonna go out, so you can just calmly select that hit effect game object and drag it right there. And once you done, you can just click on this cut tab to just move it out. And now if we just click on this play button in the top, we should able to see that that heat effect just gonna spawn at the point the ray colliding with the enemy game object. So we should able to see. So if we now click shoot, as you can see the hit effect is showing. But the problem is that if I just click on the pause button in the top and then move over to hierarchy and scroll down, as you can see we have hit effect clone. Basically still the hit effect game object laying around in the game or in the scene view as well as in the hierarchy. So we also need to destroy this after some amount of time. So when we should destroy, once the effect is totally played, and after that moment we need to destroy the hit effect game object right away. To do so, let's get out of play mode. So we need to destroy after some amount of time, as we have done in our player game object as you've seen. So we're gonna do the same thing. To do so, let's go to script, and before we do, we need to move to Unity and we need to check. So to do so, go to project tab, assets, and then prefab folder, and open up that hit effect game object by double clicking on it. And if we select the animation tab now and then hit this play button, as you can see, after something like point 0 the zero point 0.6, as you can see, this much of time is just completing the whole animation clip, something like 0.51, basically in half second it's just completing. So after half second we need to destroy this hit effect game object as well. So to go back, what we will do in hierarchy, you can see the back arrow, so just click there, you will go back. And now let's move over to script. So as you can see, we just spawning that hit effect prefab at this position with no rotation. What we will do now, after spawning that basically this hit effect prefab, what we will do, we will store that whatever we instantiated or show it up after basically damaging our player, we're gonna store that into another game object variable, because this is a defect. Prefab is also a whole game object, so that's why we're gonna put it into a another game object. So let's create a game object and we're gonna call it something like temp, which is short for temporary, and let's set equal to this. So firstly we instantiating this hit effect prefab at this position with no rotation, and after spawning we store, basically storing that whole hit effect prefab, basically whatever we instantiated or spawned, we store it into this same game object. Basically we just put it into a another container. And now what we have to do, we need to destroy the container as well after some period of time. Basically we just firstly we instantiate it, and then we just store it that game object or the thing that we show it, which is in our case hit effect, and we stored that hit effect into this stem or in a container, in a another container. Now we also have to destroy that container or the game object where we stored that hit effect. So to destroy, we do know that, so after second line we're going to type destroy, and this destroy function as a first argument, it's going to take the game object we want to destroy. So in our case we want to destroy this stem, basically where we store it that hit effect prefab. So we're going to destroy this stem or the container, you can say. And the second argument comma, you can specify the time as well. So after half second it just completing the whole effect animation clip. So that's why we're going to put something like 0.51 if, means basically half second. So after this much of time we just destroying the time game object as well. So make sure you just close that off with semicolon as well, and Control S on your keyboard to save your script. And once you done, make sure you just go back to Unity. So after that much of time, those hit effect basically that we spawning, it will be destroyed after that much of time. Firstly we store it and then we just destroy it. So let's have a look. So I'm gonna click on this play button in the top by now, and let's have a look. Let's have a look. And as you can see, after those if we hit this pause button in the top and scroll down in the hierarchy, as you can see, we cannot able to see hit effect clone in the bottom because it just destroyed itself. And you can see able to see over here as well to see the to see that I'm gonna hit the pause button to play the game as well. As you can see, it just destroying from the scene view as well. And if I just destroy, as you can see, I hope you get the idea. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and make sure you just go to camera parent game object or into this player game object, then go over to inspector overrides and then click on apply all, and you do the same thing in camera parent. Basically the changes you made, it's gonna be saved into prefab of those game object as well if you just go over to overrides in inspector and then click on apply all. But the problem is that if we just go to project tab, then assets, and then prefab folder and try to open up the player game object by double clicking on it, we can see that now it's fine. Basically this over here just gonna be empty, something like this, none. So what you basically have to do, you need to select the hit effect game object from that prefab folder, select that and drag it over to this effect prefab slot if it says none. So make sure you just do that, and once you're done you can just go back and control is to save your project. Basically whatever you have done so far, it's gonna be saved. Before we save our game, I just want to play the game a little bit. So let's hit this play button in the top and let's have a look on this. So we should able to see whenever this enemy takes damage, it's that effect just gonna pop up, as you can see indeed, and it's just dying. And our games looks pretty much cool, as you can see, and over time the speed just gonna increase, and that is pretty fine. And we can jump as well, and we can shoot in the air as well. Let's give some help to our player game object. To do so, let's select the player game object in the hierarchy, go over to inspector and then open up the player script by double clicking on it, and we will go to top of our class somewhere around here. Firstly, let's give it a title. So we're gonna make square brackets and a header. Let's give it a header, and in quotation make first bracket then quotation. Let's say something like player health, and underneath there we're gonna create a serialized field, private, and we that will be int like whole number 0 1 2 3 4, and we're gonna call it something like max health. And by default I'm gonna give around something like 5, and then close that up with some colon. Control S to save your script, and we're gonna make a take damage function for taking damage. So our player game object just gonna take damage. So let's go to script one more time and let's make it somewhere around here, and you should make that function public because we're gonna call this function from another class, basically where enemy is just shooting on our player game object. Now there we're gonna call this function, so that's why. So we're gonna make it public. For function we have to type void, and we're gonna call it something like player take damage, something like that. So player take damage, and it's gonna take an argument that will be int like whole numbers, and we're gonna call it something like damage and then make some curly bracket. So basically we just doing the same thing as we have done in our enemy game object. So what we will do, we will go to max health and we will subtract from that max health this damage, and make sure you just close that up with some colon. So max health by default we do know that we have given 5, as you can see, sorry, over here 5. So the max health we subtracting for the first time, and if we go to that function and let's suppose as a damage parameter you pass 1, so the max health is 5, and if you call this function for the first time, so the max health is 5, so this damage you assume at 1, so 5 minus 1 just gonna be 4. And if we call this player take damage function for the second time, so this one is right now 4, so 4 minus 1 gonna be 3. And if you call third time, then this max health is already 3, so 3 minus 1 just gonna be 2. And fourth time the max health is now 2, 2 minus 1 just gonna be 1. And if you just call this fifth time, then this one is now 1, so 1 minus 1 gonna be 0, so somehow it will hit 0. And once the max health is already 0, so this is 1 is 0, and if we call this player take damage function, so 0 minus 1 gonna be minus 1, so it's gonna go to negative value. So what we have to do before we subtract, we need to check if the player max health is already reaches 0, then we need to stop doing this thing. Basically we need to stop subtracting. So before we subtract, we're gonna check if max health if it's already lesser than or equal to 0. If that is the case, then make some curly brackets. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna stop doing these things, else we're gonna do these things. So that's why we're gonna type else we will do these things. Basically we're gonna subtract, so control X for cut and control V for paste, and paste inside this in between these curly brackets. So the if the max health is already lesser than or equal to 0, means we need to stop subtracting. So what we will do, we will type return, and we do know that after return, whatever line of code you write, it will not be executed. So if the max health is already 0, as you can see, lesser than or equal to 0, then we typing return, and after return this line of code will not be called, or we will just stop subtracting. So our max health just gonna start at 0, and we're gonna make a die function for our player game object. So let's go to bottom somewhere around here. You can make it anywhere you just want, so I'm gonna make it somewhere around here. So for function, we're gonna type void, and we're gonna call this something like die function, and make first bracket and some curly brackets. For now, let's print out a message in the console. So for printing out, we're gonna type debug.log, and let's say in play basically make first bracket, and in quotation you can say something like firstly let's do this dot transform dot name. This over here, basically it's just referencing itself, so we're just going to clear transform, and by this transform we just accessing the name, which in our case you can see which is player. Sorry, I'm gonna name it player. So which in your case, the basically which we can see player. So this right over here just gonna be player, and top of that we're gonna add a custom message. To add that, we're gonna type this plus and quotation we can say, and let's say something like diet, and then close that up with semicolon. And we also need to call this function, but when we should, once the player game object already lose all of his health, then we're gonna call this die function, and die function just gonna print out the name, which is this dot transform dot name, basically means the player. So basically this just gonna be player, and plus top of it we just adding the diet. So player diet message should be pop up in the console right away, but we're gonna call it once the max health reaches 0. So we're gonna call it over here, but it's good to call in update function instead of there. So we're gonna go to update function, and top of update function over here we're gonna check if max health is already lesser than or equal to 0, then make some curly brackets. So what we will do, we're gonna call the die function. So let's call the die function over here, and then make first bracket, then close that off with semicolon. And what die function is doing, if we go to bottom, we can see it just printing out the message in the console says player diet right away, and the message just gonna pop up multiple times. Why? Because we're doing inside update function, and we do know that update function runs every single time. So that's why that message just should be pop up in the console every single time whenever the player takes damage. So make sure you just press down Ctrl S on your keyboard to save your script. And we also need to call this player take damage function to take damage, or else we never able to subtract from our max health some unit. So our max health never gonna hit 0. So we also need to call this player take damage function. But when we're gonna call this, when once the enemy game object shoot on our player game object, basically shoot on player game object, at that moment we're gonna do. So make sure you just press down Ctrl S to save your script, and once you done, go to Unity. So make sure you just press down Ctrl S on your keyboard to save your script, and then go over to Unity, and we're gonna open up the player enemy script. before we open up the anime script, we're gonna make a little clean. So basically we just gonna delete the duplicate one. So let's select this anime one, let's delete this one as well as this one, and we're gonna leave the this anime. So now let's select the anime game object in the hierarchy, go over to inspector, scroll down and open up the anime script and find where we shooting on our player game object. So over here, as you can see, if hit is true, basically means that if the enemy game object shootouts a ray and the ray collide with this enemy game object, then we're gonna what we're doing, we're just printing out says damage player. So instead of printing out message, what we want to do, we want to damage our player game object instead of printing out. So firstly we're gonna check if whatever the ray hit with, if that game object component do have the player script, then we're gonna damage. So we do know that if this enemy game object shoot out a ray, basically shoot, and the ray collide with this enemy game object, sorry, player game object, and if we select the player game object in the hierarchy, go over to inspector, as you can see in this player game object the player script is setting, as you can see. So if that is the case, then we're gonna damage this player game object. So we're gonna do over here, we're gonna check if hit dot transform dot get component, and the get component, and the component we're looking for is our player script. Basically we're just going over to player script and we're checking if that player script is not equal to null, and make some curly brackets. So what basically this means, basically we just whatever the ray hit with, so the ray definitely gonna hit with this player game object. So we checking if that player game object, the script this player script is not equal to null, basically means this player script is attached to this player game object. And as you can see, indeed the player script is setting on this, or the or player script is just attached to this player game object. So what we want to do in that situation, then we're gonna call the take damage function. Basically enemy is shooting on our player game object, so that's why. So we will go to script, and over there we're gonna use hit dot transform. Basically whatever we hit with, we're going to that game object transform, and then we're gonna get the component we're looking for. So get component we're gonna type, and the component we're looking for is basically player script. So let's go there and make first bracket, and then dot. Over there we created a player take damage function, we do know. So basically we just going over to player script, as you can see whatever the ray hit with, so the ray hit with this player game object, so we just going over to player game object transform, and by this transform we just getting the component, basically this player script. And we do know in player script we made the player take damage function, as you seen. So we're gonna call it the player take damage function over here. So let's call that, so player take damage function, and make first bracket and then close that up with some colon. And as you can see, it's gonna take an argument as a damage parameter. So we're gonna pass one. So if you pass one, so it's gonna subtract by 1 unit, but if you something like put 2, it's gonna subtract by 2 unit. But I'm gonna pass one, so we need to shoot 5 times on this player game object. Basically enemy needs to shoot on this player game object 5 times to lose all of this player game object health, or the max health of this player game object. So make sure you just press down Control S to save your script, and once you're done, go back to Unity and let's have a look. So we can see the player max health over here. As you can see, by default it's set to 5. Basically we just given by default value 5, and whenever this enemy game object shoot on this player game object, then this player game object just lose 1 unit of health by whenever this enemy game object shoot on this player game object. So let's have a look. So let's click on this play button in the top and see that. Just wait for to compile, and once it's done, we can see right over here, select the player game object in the hierarchy, and you can see it over here. And but the problem is that if we get out of play mode and select this enemy game object, we can see that if we select this as a attack distance, we choose a minimum distance, which is 1. Basically too much close need to be, then this enemy just gonna shoot. So that's why we're gonna increase this attack distance something around like 12, as well as this shooting basically shooting distance or the ray length. So we're gonna make it bigger instead of 1, something like around 12 as we have done in attack distance. And now let's have a look. Let's make sure you just do that, and let's click on this play button in the top, and I'm going to select the player game object in the hierarchy. Just wait for to compile. And if we select the player game object in the hierarchy, we can see max health is 4, then 3, then 2, and then 1. Enemy just shoots. And if we select the console and hit this pause button in the top, as you can see multiple time player died message just pop up. Why? Because this player game object loses all of his health. As you can see max health is 0 by now. And if we open up the player script by double clicking on it and then go over to update function, as you can see whenever the max health is reaches 0 or lesser than or equal to 0, we're calling the die function. And what die function is doing, it's just printing out the message in the console says player died, as you can see. So let's go to Unity by now, and let's get out of play mode by hitting that play button. Make sure you just go to inspector, basically select the player game object first, and then go to inspector overrides, and then click on apply all. If anything you change it in your player game object, it's gonna be saved into prefab. So we're gonna do in our anime script, and that's pretty fine. I hope you get the idea that how you can just do these things. And we instead of showing this max health, if we select the player game object in the hierarchy and then go over to inspector, scroll down to player script, instead of showing the max health over here, we need to show up in the UI. So instead of showing up, if I select the player game object in the hierarchy and then move over to inspector, then go to player script, as you can see max health will showing up over here. So instead of showing that up over here, we're gonna show up in the UI. So in order to show up in the UI, we need to create the canvas first. And in order to create the canvas, we need to go to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon, then go to UI, and then scroll down says canvas. So just select that, and we're gonna select the canvas, and let's drag it top up in the hierarchy so we can see that. And if to focus on that canvas, and then go over to inspector, scroll down, says canvas scalar, basically go there, canvas scalar component, and over there select constant pixel size to scale with screen size, and put in the x something like 1920. If your game in landscape mode, then put 1920 in the x and 1000 into 1080 in the y. But if your game in portrait mode, then just swipe up the value and you are good to go. And once you done, let's create an empty game object, because in that game object we want to separate all of our logic. So that's why we're gonna create an empty game object. So select the canvas first, right click on it, and then create an empty game object and call that game object to something like health UI. So I'm gonna call it health UI, and then go over to inspector, then rig transform and click right over here, hold down alt and select this bottom right one. So it's gonna stretch as the size of our canvas. And if we try to scale down or scale up our screen size, as you can see it's gonna resize, basically this health UI game object just gonna resize as the size of our canvas. And what we will do, we will right click on this canvas and then go to UI and select this image. And what we want to replace this image with heart. To do so, let's go to project tab, assets, and then sprites. I have a folder, items folder. In items folder, of course I will give a link in the description as well for this sprite. You can go and check them out. So I'm gonna select this one. So let's select that, go over to inspector, click on sprite editor, As you can see, we have more than one sprite, so we need to split individually. To do so, in sprite mode you can see single, as it says single, so we need to choose multiple because we have multiple sprite, basically more than one, and choose pixel per unit to something like 16. So we're gonna choose 16, and to get rid of blurry we need to choose filter mode to point no filter. And after doing all of these things, scroll down and then click on apply button, and you are good to go. As you can see, it's split it up sorry, the blurry has gone by now. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna split. So in sprite editor top left you can see slice, so just click right there and select automatic to grid by cell count and count how many columns and rows it has. So we can see 3 6 7 8 columns, so we're gonna put 8 columns and 1 row. And after doing that, click on slice and then click on apply button in the top right in sprite editor tab. And then I'm gonna select the game view one more time, and let's select this image in the canvas, basically underneath our health UI game object. Then go over to inspector, then image component, and you have to drag the sprite right over here. So we're gonna click the arrow to see the individual sprite. So I'm gonna select the first one, so let's select that and drag it over to that source image game object, sorry, source image field. Scroll down and click on set native size. As you can see, it's kind of pretty much small. So what we will do, let's leave it for now, and let's call it something like heart instead of image. So we're gonna call it heart. And what we will do now, we're gonna duplicate this heart something like 5 times. Why? If we select the player game object in the hierarchy, we can see max health is 5, so that's why we're gonna choose 5 a heart. So we will select the heart game object first, and then control D to duplicate, and let's duplicate 5 times. So 3 times, 4 times, and 5 times. And now as you can see, we cannot able to see the duplicate hearts. So what we will do, we will go to parent game object, basically this health UI game object. Go over to the parent one. So make sure you just create a parent game object, and then go over to inspector, click on add component, and find over there by typing grid by grid layout group. So just select that. As you can see, indeed it's just we can see individual hearts by now. So we have to do some settings, basically we need to change some settings to make it perfectly to fit. So firstly what we will do, we will put a cell size. So cell size something like 150 and 120 I guess, and spaces between them we will make it less. To do so, let's go to spacing and X, let's make it a small number, something over, I guess, minus 35 is a perfect number. And padding, we're gonna go over to padding, so just click over there. So in the left we're gonna do something like minus 10 we can do, minus 10, or you can just go with minus 15 as well. And in the top we will just move it a little bit down, so we can do something around 10. And I guess the size doesn't fit at all perfectly, so 150 we're gonna choose in the X, basically the width. And in the height we're gonna choose around 115 I guess. And this seems perfect. And if it seems a little bit kind of weird, you can just change or just play around with this value, and you're gonna get hang of it. And make sure you just select the parent game object, basically this health UI game object, and make that one prefab. To make it, select the game object first in the hierarchy and drag it over to a basically that prefab folder. So we're going to select the health UI game object in the hierarchy, and let's drag it into that prefab folder. Now it's turned it into a prefab, as you can see. So we have 5 health, basically 5 heart, as you can see. And we can just play around with these values as well. And if we try to scale down our screen size or scale up our screen size, as you can see, the heart just resizing itself according to our screen size, and it just staying always in the top left side, as you can see. I hope you get the idea that how you can just achieve these things. And we need to code, or we just have to do the scripting. So we just link this heart with our health. so it's gonna match up. Basically, whenever we take first damage, we just want to remove or want to disable the first heart, and then the fourth one, then the third, and then second, and the first, and so on. Basically, we're gonna do that thing. I hope you get the idea for now, that how you can set up the UI, and you get the idea of how you can just create the canvas, and into that canvas how you need to place the all of the UI elements. And we need to place all of the UI elements in this canvas. So make sure you create the canvas first before you just place your UI elements. Let's open up the player script where basically we taking damage or we handling with the player health. So let's select the player game object first in the hierarchy. Basically we doing inside our player script, so that's why we're gonna open up the player script. So let's select the player script and double click that to open it up in Visual Studio. So double click that to open it up in Visual Studio. So what we need to do, if we go to Unity and select this health UI game object, so we need a reference of all of this heart, then we can directly sit or or can link to our max health of our player game object. So we need a reference all of this heart, then we can set up to get the reference. So let's go to hierarchy, sorry, let's go to script, and over here underneath bottom of here we're gonna do, so we will make a serialized field. So just it's gonna take few moments. Serialized field intelligence to work, and that will be private. So we need a reference of all of these images or heart icon. So basically these are images or it just plays in the UI, or you can simply say these are UI elements. So what we have to do before we type image over here, as you can see we're not getting any component reference right over here. Because of that, what we have to do, basically we need to go to top of our class, and over here in the top of our class we need to include a namespace, and it's called using unity engine.ui, and make sure you just close that up with semicolons. So whenever you're working with UI, make sure you include this namespace called using unity engine.ui, and now we will get able to get the reference which is image component we're looking for. So we're gonna type image, as you can see now we're getting but we have, as you can see, we have more than one image. We have 1 2 3 4 5. So basically we have 5 images and we need all of the images. So what we have to do, we need to make an array, and basically we need to make this square brackets, and we do know array can hold up multiple values. It can be anything, like it can be numbers, it can be game objects, and even it can be UI elements, basically images as well. It's gonna hold, and we also have to name the array what we want to name it. So we're gonna call it something around like hearts, and then close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code, and make sure you just go to Unity and drag all of the heart icon, basically heart images, one by one to that array. So you're gonna have the reference, and after having the reference we can link up with our max health. So just wait a little moment. Once it's done, we need to do that. So just wait for a moment. Select the player game object and we're gonna right click on our player script. So we're gonna select our player game object in the hierarchy first, then go over to player script, right click on it, and go in the bottom you can see properties. So just click right there, and you're gonna get a separate tab to just get that basically to get the player script. As you can see heart array, and it says list is empty. Basically the hearts array or that array, basically it's totally empty. So what we have to do, we need to drag all of these images right there, these heart images. To do so, what we will do, we will select all of the heart by holding down shift. Make sure you just select the heart, not the parent one. Select all of the heart by holding down shift, and just drag it onto the on top of this basically into this hearts array. Now as you can see we have all of the hearts. So as you can see 0 is the first heart, basically it's just referencing this heart, and 1 is the second heart. I don't know how it's gonna count. So if we select, so 0 basically this heart, and then this heart is the index, 1 is this heart, and index 2 is the third heart, and index 3 is the fourth heart, and index 4 is the fifth heart, as you can see. So all of these heart get assigned with some certain index. Now we're gonna cut this step, we don't need it. And if we select the player game object now in the hierarchy and then go over to inspector, then player skip, we can see we have all of the hearts by now. We have the first heart, second, third, and fourth, fifth as well. So we have all of them. Now we can link up. To do so, let's go to script and we will move over to this update function. Why? Because update function runs every single frame, so we're gonna set there because we need to keep track of how many health we have. And we do know that update function runs every single frame, so it's gonna check for every single frame. So over here we're gonna do so let's create a for loop. So we will use this for, and let me explain one more time this for loop. So this for loop start from I0, as you can see I is equal to 0, and I whenever it's less than length. So as a length we're gonna pass hearts dot length, sorry, we're gonna pass int I over here, and over here as a second condition, basically over here we need to pass, we're gonna pass hearts dot length. What does it means, heart dot length? Heart dot length basically means how many heart we have. So if we go to unity and count, we can see we have 5 hearts. So that's why right over here hearts dot length, right over here it's gonna be 5. 5. So this for loop just is gonna start I equal to 0, as you can see, and it will run until and unless this condition breaks out. So I so let's this one is 5, so 0 we do know I in the start it's gonna be 0, so this one 0 and this one is 5, and we do know that 0 is lesser than 5. So whatever we gonna write in between this curly bracket, it will be execute. And then after doing that we just adding to our I 1. So I is 0, so 0 plus 1, as you can see, plus plus basically means adding 1, so 0 plus 1 gonna be 1. So the next time this for loop I is now 1, and I is over here is 1, and this one is 5, so 1 is still lesser than 5. So that's why this condition will second time as well, and then we adding one more, so this I is now 1, so 1 plus 1 gonna be 2. So the third time, I guess third time this I is now 2, so it's gonna run until and unless this condition breaks out. Let's suppose I is now 4, for I is now 4, so 4, and we do know that 4 is lesser than 5, so this condition is still true. So whatever we're gonna write in between this curly bracket will be execute, and then 4 plus 1 right over here gonna be 5. So the next time or last time, so I is now 5, and we do know that 5 is not lesser than 5, instead 5 is equals to 5. 5 is not lesser than 5, so the condition over here breaks out. So that's why this for loop just gonna stops running after 5th time. So that is the thing, basically it start from 0 and it goes until this condition over here breaks out. So what we will do in between these for loops or in between these curly brackets, we're gonna check if I is lesser than max health, max health, then we're gonna do these things. Do basically what we will do, we will go to this heart's I, so basically this first heart. So what we're gonna do, I is lesser than max health, so we do know in the start of the game max health just gonna be 5, so right over here it's gonna be 5, and I is for the first time will be 0, so 0 is lesser than 5 we do know. So whatever we're gonna write in between this curly bracket will be execute, else we're gonna do something else. If the I is not lesser than lesser than this max health, then we're gonna do something else. So what we will do, we will basically we need to type the array name, which in our case hearts I. So hearts, basically we have to type the array name and then make this square brackets, and in between these square brackets we're gonna pass I, and dot we're gonna set enable equal to true, else we're gonna copy this line of code by Control C, and let's paste it over here by Control V. So let me explain what we doing over here. So hearts I, so I, we do know for the first time this gonna be 0. So hearts I, so this right over here is 0. 0 basically referencing this first heart, basically this heart. So as you can see, if we select the heart game object or heart image in the hierarchy, as you can see, the first heart index is gonna be 0, the second heart index gonna be 1, and the third heart index gonna be 2, the fourth heart index gonna be 3, 3, and the fifth heart index gonna be 4, as you can see. So the hearts I right over here, for the first time it's gonna be 0. So we just going over to, and then we just going over to basically this game object or this first heart, and then we just enabling, or basically this one check, we just enabling that, as you can see, dot enable, and we setting it equal to true. Else what we doing, we just going over to that specific heart, then we just we're gonna set it to false. Basically if false, basically we just unchecking the heart. So if we select the fifth heart and go over to inspector, then image component, and uncheck this, as you can see it's gone. Basically the fifth heart get disappear. So that basically the thing. Setting enable true basically means checking, and unchecking, or basically setting false right over here, basically means unchecking. And if we uncheck, as you can see, as soon as we uncheck, it's get disappear. Basically that's the thing is happening. So if the I is lesser than max health, then we just setting that enable to true. Else the I is not the max health, then what we doing, we just going over to that specific heart. Basically let's suppose this fifth heart, we're going over to that, and then going and we setting enable, basically the image component, we just going over to that, and we setting enable to false, basically uncheck. And we can see as soon as we uncheck that, it's gone, basically to get disappeared. So basically that is the thing happening. I hope you get the idea. So make sure you just press down Control S on your keyboard to save your script. And I'm gonna, and this for loop just gonna run until and unless this hard dot length condition over here breaks out. So this for loop will run fifth time. So all of this hard in the start of the game will be active, basically enable, basically checked, you can simply say. So in the start of the game, all of the hearts gonna be enabled, and whenever this max health right over here gets something like 4, the fifth heart just gonna be disabled, because something like, if the max health is now 4, so I, let's suppose something like 4, and we do know that 4 is not lesser than 4, instead 4 is equals to 4. So that's why else condition will run. And what we doing in else condition, we just enabling that specific heart image to inactive, or setting it to false, or we just making it disappear simply. Basically we just going over to that heart, and that accessing this, and we just setting enable to false, means unchecking. So make sure you just press down Control S on your keyboard to save your script, and then move over to Unity. So it's gonna save your script. And if you still little bit confused about this, so I will give a link in the description of an video. You can go and check that out if you just want to get more deeper into it. Of course I will give a link in the description, you can go and check that out. And now let's have a look on this. So if I just click on this play button in the top, we should able to see whenever this max health just goes below to 4, then 4 hearts gonna be enabled, the fifth one will be disabled, and then it's gonna go on, as you can see indeed. And once this player game object loses all of his heart, we can go to console. As you can see, the player diet message just getting pop up over again and again and again, as you can see. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. So I hope you get the idea that how it's basically working. So whenever this player game object takes damage, basically if we select the player game object and go over to inspector, then player skip. Whenever this max health becomes 4, then 4 hearts just getting active, and the fifth one just getting disabled. Why? Because this right over here gonna depend. If the eye is lesser than max health, then at that moment we just enabling that image component, else we just setting it to false, as you can see. So if the max health is something like 4, something like this one is 4, and let's suppose this I right over here is 4, and we do know that 4 is not lesser than 4, so that's why this else condition is running. So it's just going to I4, so this I just gonna be 4. So for heart, basically this one. So if we go to this fourth high, sorry, index 4 is the fourth high, so that sorry, fourth heart, so that's why this one and this one right over here getting false whenever the damage we taking, whenever this max health just getting false. If it's a little bit confused, don't be confused, it's just working like this. I hope you get the idea of this, and make sure you just go to parent game object, then overrides, and then click on apply all, and also select the player game object in the hierarchy, go over to inspector, overrides, and then click on apply all to whatever changes you made right over here. It's gonna be saved into prefab of this game object as well. And we're gonna check all of the game object one by one in the hierarchy. If we see something to be applied, something like that, and I think it's fine right now. Once our player game object loses all of his health, we want to show that explosion effect as we created previously, so we're gonna show that. To do so, let's select the player game object in the hierarchy, and let's open up the player script by double clicking on it. So we need a reference of that game object, what we want to show. So if we go to Unity, then project tab, assets, and then prefabs folder, we have the explosion game object right over here, as you can see. So we need a reference of this game object or this explosion prefab game object, then we can show this up. So let's go to our script, and let's go to top of our class in something in our underneath our player health title over here basically, and let's make a serialized field, sorry, let's make a serialized field private, and that is the whole game object. So we're gonna type game object, and we're gonna call it something like explosion prefab. So let's call it something like explosion prefab, and then close that up with semicolon. And we're gonna go to bottom basically into die function. As you can see, once the player game object loses all of his health, then we just printing out the message says player died. So after printing out the message, we also want to destroy our player game object completely, and before we destroy, we're gonna show that effect. So let's show that, and in order to show or spawn something, we do know that we need to use this instantiate function. So this instantiate function, as a first argument, it's gonna take the game object or the thing that we want to spawn or want to show up. So in our case, that explosion prefab, and the second thing, it's gonna take the position from where we want to show up or spawn. So we will pass transform dot position, basically means current position of our player game object or the center position of our player game object. And the third argument, it's gonna take the rotation. So we're not gonna rotate like that, so we're gonna pass quaternion dot identity. It's basically means no rotation, and then close that up with semicolon. And make sure you just press down Ctrl S to save your script and move to Unity, so after this game object completely dies, that explosion prefab game object just gonna show. Basically we forgot to destroy our player game object, but before we destroy, let's have a look on this. So if we just hit this play button in the top, before I do that thing, I'm gonna select the player game object in the hierarchy and move your mouse into scene view and hit F to focus on that game object, and let's hit this play button in the top right now. we should able to see that explosion prefab game object should pop up whenever this player game objects totally loses all of his health. Then 1 2, as you can see, indeed it's done. And the thing is that we getting an problem. So if we just hit this pause button in the top, so the problem is that if we get out of play mode and then go to console and then select this, as you can see it says the variable explosion prefab or player has not been assigned. Basically means if we select our player game object then move over to player skip, as you can see explosion prefab and it says none. Basically the field is empty, so we need to drag the explosion game object right over here. Then we're gonna have the reference, and after that we can show up. So we need to drag the explosion game object right over here to get the reference. To do so, let's go to project tab, assets, and then prefabs folder, and let's select the explosion prefab game object and drag it over here. And now it's done. And we will go to console. Let's click on this clear to clear up the message. And now if we just hit this play button in the top, we should able to see right now that explosion prefab game object just gonna be show right after the player game object dies. So let's have a look on that. So as you can see, we taking damage and we're showing, but the problem is that if we hit this pause button, as you can see we just showing up multiple times. So we need to stop doing these things. Before we stop doing this doing basically this thing, let's get out of play mode and let's go to project tab, assets, and then prefab, and open up that explosion game object by double clicking on it. Select that explosion game object and we now in prefab mode. And if we go to animation tab, basically sorry, in not animation, basically if we go to project tab, then assets, and then animation folder, and open up the staff's animation, as you can see we have the explosion prefab game object animation clip right over here. And we don't want to loop this animation. Basically if we select the explosion game object and then go to animation tab and hit this play button, we don't want to show this up over again and again. Basically we don't want this animation clip to be looped, this explosion. So we're gonna uncheck the loop. To do so, let's go to project tab and let's select that animation clip, basically where you save. So select the animation clip first and then go over to inspector, and it says loop time, as you can see. So we're gonna uncheck this, so the animation it's not gonna loop by now. And to go back in the hierarchy, you can see arrow icon, so you can just click right there to go back in scene view. And let's open up the script by double clicking on that player, or you can just switch to Visual Studio as well. So what we have to do now, we also need to whatever we show it up, we also need to destroy that. Before we destroy, we're gonna destroy our player game object. To destroy our player game object, we're gonna use this destroy function. And we do know as a destroy function, as a first argument, it's gonna take the game object we want to destroy. So in our case, we want to destroy this player game object itself. So if we select this player game object, so we want to destroy itself. In order to destroy itself, we have to use this destroy function, and as a first argument, it's gonna take the game object we want to destroy. So in our case, we will pass this dot game object. Basically this dot game object right over here, it's basically referencing itself. Basically this player game object itself, it's gonna totally destroy. And make sure you just close that up with semicolon, and we not gonna put any second argument. Basically the time we want to destroy our player game object immediately, so that's why as a comma we didn't pass any second argument like the time. So we're gonna remove that. And we also need to destroy this explosion prefab, basically whatever we show it up, as you seen that multiple explosion effect just show it up. So we also need to destroy that explosion prefab game object as well after some period of time. To check that, what we need to do, we need to open up the prefab, basically explosion prefab game object, by double clicking on it. Select the game object and go over to animation tab and see the animation. So as you can see, after it's just completing something like 0.9 second, it's just completing the whole animation clip, as you can see right over here, just about a 1 second. So after 1 second, we also want to destroy this explosion from the game as well as from the hierarchy and the scene view. So we also need to destroy that after this amount of time. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna go to this script. So firstly we is spawning or showing up at this point, basically center position of our player game object and with no rotation. And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna store this, basically whatever we show it up. So we show it up or spawn it this explosion prefab. So let's store this explosion prefab into another game object, or you can simply say into another container. So we're gonna create a game object and we can call this one tame explosion temp, basically temporary, and let's set equal to this. So firstly we spawning a center position of our player game object, and then we taking that explosion prefab game object, basically whatever we show it or spawn it, we store it into this another take a temp explosion game object, or you can simply say into another container which is putting whatever we show it up. So we also need to destroy this container or the game object where we store it. We also need to destroy that after some amount of time. So as you seen, after something like 0.9 second, it's just completing the whole animation clip. So after that amount of time, we're gonna destroy our player game object. So that's why we're gonna use this destroy function one more time. And this destroy function, we do know it's gonna take the game object we want to destroy. So in our case, this temp explosion, basically the container or where we stored the game object, and comma is gonna take the second argument the time. So we're gonna put something like 0.9f, basically means point or just about like 1 second. And make sure you just close that up with semicolon. And we also want to shake our camera whenever we destroy this player game object. And we do know we're gonna use this camera shake. So we will go to camera shake script, so camera shake, and then we're gonna go to instant, then we will call the shake function and make first bracket and then close that up with semicolon. And we do know that shake function is just shaking our camera. Basically we just moving over to this camera shake script, and then we just going over to this instant, and by this instant we just calling this shake function. And we do know that shake function just shaking our camera, that's it. And if we just go back to our player script, make sure you just press down Ctrl S to save your script and then move over to Unity. And we also need to get back to scene view, and in order to get back to scene view we need to move over to hierarchy, and we just have to click on this arrow to go back. So let's click right over here, and if we hit this play button in the top, by now we should able to see that we will show up that explosion prefab game object, and then the camera will shake as well. So you will able to see, as you can see, indeed the camera just gets 6. And if we hit this pause button in the top and then go to console, we getting an error. So if you get like this, so what you can do, you just have to find, you can just right click over here and you can just close maximize. You just click on this and maximize, so it's gonna unmax in, it's not gonna maximize at all. And we're getting an problem or basically an error. It says the game object of type transform has been destroyed, but you are still trying to access it. Basically if we select this camera parent game object and open up the player script by double clicking on it, and as you can see we finding the player position. As you can see, player dot move speed, basically we just going over to this player game object. And as you can see in the hierarchy as well as in the game view and in the scene view, we not able to see our player game object. Basically player game object totally get destroyed, and with that the player script also get destroyed. As you can see, you cannot able to find the player game object as well as the player script. But over here what we doing, we still trying to get the player dot move speed, we just trying to get the player script, as you can see right over here. And we do know once we destroy our player game object, with that player script also destroying. So that's why, and over here we still trying to accessing that player, and we do know that we destroyed. So that's why we getting this problem, says the object of type transform has been destroyed. Basically you can simply say the position has been destroyed, but you are still trying to accessing, and we trying to accessing right over here, as you can see, and we do know we totally destroyed this. So we need to stop doing these things once the player game object is totally destroyed. So we need to make another script to do that thing. So I hope you get the basics idea of it. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and let me show you one more time. So if I just click on this clear in the basically click on clear in the console, it's gone. And the problem is that if we hit this play button in the top, by now you will able to see the explosion effect or prefab game object. It's not showing up in the perfect position, it's showing up in the bottom something over here. It's just showing, you gonna see, as you can see indeed. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna get out of play mode, and instead of doing that, we're gonna create a point somewhere, something like over here, and from that point we're gonna show up the explosion prefab or effect game object. To do so, what we will do, we will select the player game object in the hierarchy. Before we do it, I'm gonna clear the console, and let's select the player game object, and let's right click on player game object and create an empty game object. And you can call this game object anything you like. So I'm gonna call this something like explosion point. And if you want to choose an icon, you can choose. So before you choose, select the move tool from here, and we're gonna move it somewhere around here, and let's choose an icon for this. So I'm gonna choose something like this one, and this is fine. And make sure you just go select the player game object, basically the parent, and go to overrides and then click on apply all. And let's open up the player script by double clicking on it. And over here, what we're doing in type function, we're showing up the explosion effect prefab game object center position of our enemy. Instead of showing up over here, basically center position of enemy, we're gonna show up in this explosion point, basically from here. So it's gonna perfectly match up. So we need a reference of this explosion point game object transform component, so we can get the position of this. So we need a reference. So how we can get that? In order to get that, if we select the shoot point, so shoot point is basically the first child of this player game object, and this explosion point is the second child of our player game object. And the second child game object index always gonna be 1, and the first child index gonna be 0. So we're gonna get the second child we looking for, which is explosion point. So as a argument, we're gonna pass the second child. Basically index of the second child gonna be 1, and index the first child gonna be 0. First child index gonna be 0, and the second child index gonna be 1. So to get that, so let's go to strip, and we will go to top of our class, and we're gonna make a private variable. It doesn't need to be public, so we're gonna make it private. And we're looking for transform, basically position, you can simply say, where we want to show up the explosion prefab, basically that is the thing. And we can call it something like explosion point, and then close that up with semicolon. And we will move over to this start function, and we do know that start function get called in the start of the game. So in the start of the game, what we want to get this explosion point transform component, or basically this game object, you can simply say, or the position. So we're gonna get the we just need a reference of this explosion point. To get that, what we will do, we will go to start function, and over here we're gonna use this dot get component, or you can use this dot transform dot get child, and the child we're looking for is the second, basically the explosion point. And we do know that explosion point index gonna be 1. So if you pass right over here in brackets 1, basically just referencing the second child. So make sure you just use this get child function, so it's gonna get the child. So we want to get the position of this explosion point game object. So to get the position, we're going to type transform and close that up with semicolon. or you can just type dot position as well to get the position. Basically what we're doing, this dot transform right over here, basically we just going over to this transform, basically player transform, and by this transform we just getting the child, and the child we're looking for is this one explosion point. And so that's why we just pass one basically referencing the second child, which is this explosion point. And by getting the child, we just moving over to the transform and then accessing the position. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna store this position, is basically explosion point position, into this explosion point transform component, or basically into this variable. So let's store the position right now. So we're gonna say explosion point equal to this. Now we get the position, sorry, we have to get the transform only, you don't need to type dot position. So basically we get the explosion point transform, and what we have done, we just put this transform explosion point transform into this explosion point transform component, or into this container or variable, you can simply say. Now we have the position, basically this transform explosion point transform. Now we can show that up from here. To do so, let's go to that. So instead of spawning from center position of our player game object, we're gonna remove that. We will go to explosion point, and then we're gonna access the position. So basically we're just going over to this explosion point and then transform and then accessing the position, as you can see right over here. And we just replace, and make sure you just press down Ctrl S to save your script. And once you've done, go back to Unity and check that. It should be working fine, let's hope. So now, and make sure you just go to always player game object overrides and then apply all. If anything you just change it recently in your player game object, it's gonna be saved. So let's click on this play button in the top by now, and we should hope that it's the explosion prefab, or the explosion should be shown in perfect position in this player game object. So let's have a look, and we should get, as you can see, it's now perfectly shown. So I hope you get the idea. Or what you can do, you can select the explosion point game object or the position, and you can just drag a little bit up to match up the correctly. I hope you get the idea. For now, I'm gonna select my player game object in the hierarchy. Let's go to overrides and then click on apply all. So the changes gonna be saved into our prefab game object of this player as well. If I just hit this play button, you will able to see enemy game object just shooting on our player game object. Even though enemy game player game objects totally dies, basically destroy, enemy is still shooting on our player game object, you're gonna able to see that. So as you can see, indeed. And if I just hit this pause button in the top and move over to console, as you can see, it says that the object of type transform has been destroyed. Basically the position, you can simply say, has been destroyed, but you are still trying to access it. Basically you totally destroyed the player position, but still you are trying to get it. But we do know, once the player game object is totally dead, means the transform means the player position also gone. So but we still trying to access it, so we need to stop doing. So let's get out of play mode. So we're gonna create a script. That script just gonna check if the player is dead or not. It's gonna something like, we're gonna call it is game active. To do so, let's go over to project tab, then assets, and then go over to script folder, right click on scripts, then create C# script, and name it to something like game manager. And I have it over here. Basically this script right over here, it's gonna take handle of if the player game object dies or not. If our player game object totally get destroyed, then we're gonna create a parameter which will keep track of if the game is active or not. If the player game object dies, then we're gonna set that to false. If the game is alive, our player game our player game object is alive, still alive, that then that variable just gonna be a true. So that is the thing. So let's go to hierarchy. right click or hit this plus icon. Let's create an empty game object, and let's call this game object to something like game manager as the script name. You can call it whatever you want, or you can attach this script to any game object of your hierarchy, but I'm gonna create a separate game object for that. And make sure you just go to transform, right click and reset the transform, and I'm gonna select the game manager game object, and let's drag it top up in the hierarchy, and let's select the game manager script and drag it right over on top of this add component section, and let's double click that script to open it up in Visual Studio. So let's double click on that to open it up in Visual Studio. So what we will do, we will remove this to start and update function, as also these two namespaces from the top we don't need. Instead we're gonna make a variable, something like it's gonna keep track of if the player game object is destroyed or not. So we're gonna call it something like we can call this one and make sure you just making this field public, because field or this variable, or you can simply say the parameter, because we want to we're gonna access this parameter through another class. So that's why we just making it public, not serialized field private. Instead we just making it public so we can access this parameter or variable any from other class as well. And we're gonna call that will be pool, basically true or false. And we can call this something like game active. So we're gonna call it something like is game active, and by default we're gonna set it to true. So let's set it to true, or let's use a start function to do so. Let's go to down and let's use this start function, and we do know that this start function get called when the game start. So in this start of the game we're gonna set this is game active parameter to true. So let's set is game active parameter equals to true. So we setting is game active parameter to true when the game is started. And let's create a singleton pattern, so we can access this game manager class without typing find object of type. Instead we just want to directly access this parameter, so that's why. So we're gonna make a public. Make sure you just making in static basically means you can just type the class name, and you can access any function, any parameter you looking for. So you don't need to initialize the class or something like that. That's why we just created static. By directly typing the class name we can access the parameter, so that's why we just type static. And with we have to type the same name as the class name, which is game manager, and we're gonna call it instance. And into basically into this instance variable, we just created a same type a class variable. We just gonna put all of the functionality in this instant class, and by this instant reference we can access anything we want to access. And then we're gonna say instance equal to this. But before we set instance equal to this, basically to this script, we're gonna check we have only one instance, not multiple. So we're gonna do if instance. If you little bit confused about this singleton pattern, then go ahead on the chapter says singleton. I have a link in the description, so go to that chapter or go to that timestamps, and you're gonna get hang of it how you can use singleton. So we're gonna check if instance, if it's equals to null, then what we're gonna do, we're gonna do this thing. Basically we will set instant equal to this. So let's cut control X and let's paste control V. Else what we will do, we will destroy the instant, because we have more than one. So we will destroy this, and then close that up with semicolon, control S to save your code. And now we are ready to go. But when we're gonna set this is game active parameter to false, when once the player game object dies, totally get destroyed, at that moment we're gonna set this is game active parameter to be false or variable. So let's go to script. Make sure you just press down control S to save your script, and let's open up the player script where we dying, or you can just simply switch up. Basically you can just find the player script over here, we can see. And the we can see that max health, if it's lesser than or equal to 0, basically player game object totally dies. So what we're gonna do over here, in over we will go to bottom, but before we do, let's go to Unity and let's select the player game object in the hierarchy. Go over to inspector, open up the player script by double clicking on it. So you can get the same thing, so you can switch up the script over here as well. So you can see that we destroying our player game object right over here. So before we destroy, what we will do, we will go to that game manager class or that script, then we're gonna instance, we will access the instance, and by that instant we're gonna access the parameter which is we looking for is game active. And what we will do, we will set this one to false now. Why? Because the player game object totally dies over here now. This player game object dies, so that's why is game active parameter just we setting it to false. So make sure you just press down Control S. Now we're gonna go to top of our class. As you can see, if the player health max 0, and then we calling the die function, and we do know what die function we doing. Inside die function we doing, we basically setting that is game active parameter to be false. That's it. So make sure you just press down Control S to save your script and move to Unity. And I'm gonna open up the enemy script. So over here, as you can see, we're doing all of these things. So we just shooting our onto our player game object right over here, as you can see, and we doing all of these things. So before we do all of these things, we need to check, before we do all of these things, we're gonna check if we will check game manager dot instant dot is game active. So we what we're doing, so before we shoot on our player game object or do all of these kind of things in enemy game object, we want to check if the game is really active or not. If the game is active is false, so if so we just going over to this game manager script, and then we accessing this parameter, and we checking is game active. So we will check. So let's go to enemy script. So is game active is equals to false, means the game is over. So make some curly brackets. So what we're doing, we're just checking, and where we setting is game active to false. Once the player game object dies, at that moment we setting this is game active parameter to be false. And over here we checking. So firstly we going over to game manager script, then instant, and then accessing that is game active parameter, and we checking if that is game active parameter is equals to false. Basically means the player game object totally get destroyed. Now what we have to do, we need to stop doing these things. Basically we need to stop shooting. As you can see, we shooting. So we're gonna put this line of code top of our update function. So all of these things gonna we don't want to do, so that's why. So hold down Alt and use up arrow key to move it up. And we are gonna stop doing all of these things. So we're gonna type return in between these curly brackets, and we know if we write return in between these curly brackets, whatever we do after this, it not gonna be execute, means we will stop shooting on our player game object, as well as we will stop doing these things. So that's why after return, whatever you write, it will not be execute, means this line of code will not be execute, means this will not happen, you can simply say. So make sure you just press down Control S on your keyboard to save your script, and let's move over to Unity by now. So we should able to see this enemy game object will stop shooting on our player game object once the player game object totally get destroyed. So just wait. And if we hit this play button in the top by now, let's have a look on this. So it should work fine. It's shooting on our player game object, as you can see, and player game object dies now. Now you can see that if I hit this pause button, enemy just stop shooting us, as well as if we go to console, we cannot see any error. And if we hit this play button, and this is working. So let's get out of play mode. So we also need to stop moving our main camera, sorry, the camera to going to the right direction. We need to stop doing that thing once the player game object totally get destroyed. So let's open up the camera or the follow script where we doing that thing. So let's select this camera parent game object, and into this camera parent game object we can see the follow script is attached. So let's open up that follow script by double clicking on it. So this line of code right over here is moving our camera. So before we move our camera, we want to check if the game is really active or not. So we're gonna do the same thing. So if we will go to game manager script, then instant, and by that instant we're gonna access the is game active parameter, and we will check if this one is equals to false, means the player game object totally get destroyed. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna make some curly brackets. So we need to stop doing these things, else we're gonna run these things. So else condition we're gonna put this, but let's put this line of code by control X and control V for paste. And but if the game is over, basically means the player game object dies, we can see over here, then we're gonna stop doing this thing. So that's why we're gonna type return over here, and we do know after return this else condition will not be done, means the camera will stop moving to the right direction. So control S to save your script and then move over to Unity. It should work fine, pretty fine. Just wait for to compile, and once it's done we're gonna able to see that thing. And now if we just click on this play button in the top and have a look on this, once the player game object totally get destroyed, you will able to see that the camera will stop moving to the right direction. As you can see, the camera gets stops right over here. We can see the camera gets stopped, but the problem is that we still destroying our ground game object. We need to stop doing that thing once the player game object is totally destroyed. So let's open up the script basically where we destroying. So we will go to script, and over here in ground spawner, as you can see, what we're doing, firstly we just storing the ground that we instantiated, basically spawn it, and we stored that spawned ground into this tame ground field. So we just doing all of these things. So before we do all of these things, right over here we're gonna check if the player game object totally dies, then we need to stop doing these things. So we will do if we will go to game manager script, then instant, then gonna access that is game active parameter, and we will check if this one is equals to false. If that is the case, then we're gonna do something else. We're gonna do this thing. So we will put this line of code by control X for cut, and let's paste it over here by control V, and let's make. So if the game else, what we doing, we just gonna spawn. So if game manager dot instant dot is game active is equals to false, but we do know that why are we setting is game active parameter to false once the player game object dies. So at that moment which is setting it to false. So what basically means, it's basically right over here means our player game object totally get destroyed or died. So what we're gonna do now, we're gonna type return, and after return the else condition will not run. The basically means we will stop spawning as well as we will stop destroying the crown. But I think we're not doing over here. So let's just save our script by control S, and while we basically destroying our crown, we need to go there. So I guess let's control S to save your script, and make sure you just go to Unity, and we destroying in our player script. Basically if we select the player game object in the hierarchy, then go over to player script and double click that to open it up. And if we go to down spawn ground, somewhere we doing over here, I guess collision jump through the box, then spawn ground. As you can see, we destroying the box over here. If collision.gameObject.tag, if it's equals to box, then what we doing, we just destroying that box. Basically means this grounds we destroying after 5 seconds. So before we destroy, we need to check if the game is active or not. So we're gonna check if we will go to game manager script dot instance dot is game active, and we will check if that is equals to false. If that is the case, then make some curly brackets. So we're gonna stop doing these things, so that's why we're gonna type return. Else else we're gonna do this thing. Basically means the game is active. It means we need to spawn, oh sorry, we need to destroy this, else we shouldn't. So we're gonna put this line of code right over here, and what will do in game manager, over here we're gonna type return, and we do know after return whatever line of code you write, it will not be executed. So that if the game is not active, then we just typing return means we just stop doing things. But if the game is active, then this else condition is gonna run. And what we doing in else condition, we firstly checking whatever we exited with, and then we just destroying after 5 seconds. Basically each ground one we trigger out. So make sure you just press down Control is to save your script, and then move over to Unity. So we should hope that should be this ground should not be destroyed once the player game object is dies. But if it is still occurs, then we're gonna approach a second method for that. So let's hit this play button in the top by now and have a look on this. Let's have a look. 1 2 3, and our player game object dies, and we should able to see that it should not be destroyed. Basically this ground should not be destroyed after 5 seconds, and as you can see, it's not destroying at all. Basically we need to get out of play mode. Basically we need to trigger out. So let's have a look on this as well. So let's before we do, let's have a look on this. Basically, so we're gonna manually destroy our player game object. So let's trigger. Don't know how we get damage. So let's hit this play button in the top one more time and have a look on this. So if we just destroy, as you can see, but if the enemy dies, as you can see, it's able to shoot on our player game object. So we need to stop doing that thing as well. So let's get out of play mode, and let's go to script, and let's go to our enemy script, and over here we doing as you can see. So if the game manager dot instant dot game is active, so once the max health of our enemy is 0, then what we want to do, we want to stop shooting. So after basically calling the die function, we're gonna type return. We do know after return whatever line of code you write, it will not be execute. Basically we shooting right over here. So right before this we just doing this thing return. So whenever the max health of this enemy game object reaches 0, we need to stop doing that thing. So Control S to save your script, and let's move over to Unity one more time and have a look on this. I hope you get the idea that how you can use a game manager script to check everywhere the game is active or not, depending upon the player game object get destroyed or not. So let's click on this play button in the top one more time and have a look. We should able to see when we destroy this enemy game object, it should stop shooting on us as a player game object. As you can see, indeed enemy is not shooting at all. So let's get trigger out from this box, and it should not be destroyed. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna jump over here and let's hit this pause button in the top, and I'm gonna select my player game object in the hierarchy. Let's select this move tool and let's move it somewhere around here, and I'm gonna make the max health something like 0. And if we hit this hit this pause button, as you can see our player game object dies, and we should able to see that it's still gets destroyed. So basically when we trigger out, then we just destroying. When we trigger in, we're not destroying at all. So basically that is fine. I hope you get the idea that how you can just do this thing. Just create a game manager script to check everywhere the game is active or not, and once the player game object is totally get destroyed, and then we're setting that is game active parameter to be false, and we're checking everywhere. If that false means player game object totally destroyed, we need to stop doing what we're doing right after it. So that is the thing. Let's create some collectible items. To do so, what we will do, we will go to project tab, assets, and then sprites, then items folder. I'm gonna move over, and I have a big diamond right over here. So let's select that. As you can say, this is an sprite sheet. Basically select that sprite sheet, go over to inspector, click on sprite editor, and we need to split it up individually. So sprite mode, we're gonna choose multiple, and pixel per unit to something around like 16. And to get rid of blurry, we're gonna choose point no filter, filter mode to point no filter. And after doing that, click on apply, and then go to sprite editor, and the top left you can see slice, so just click there, select automatic to grid by cell count, and count how many columns and rows it has. So we can see 3, 6, 9, 10 columns. So we're gonna put 10 columns right over here and 1 row. And after doing that, click on slice, and then click on apply in the top right in sprite editor. And let's select the game view one more time, and let's go to that sprite sheet, and then click on this arrow. As you can see, all of the sprites now get individually cut. So I'm gonna select the first one, so select any of them. And before we do that, let's make the hierarchy a little more clean. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna create an empty game object first. So let's go to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon, then create an empty game object, and we're gonna call this game object something like to stops. So let's call it stops, and then go to inspector, transform, right click and reset it. And let's select all of the things like this camera shake. So I'm gonna select this camera shake game object, game manager, enemy, ground, and all of this. Basically I'm gonna leave the player game object, and this test point I'm gonna leave backgrounds. And let's select all of them by holding down control and shift, and just place it top of this stop game object. And make sure you just go to stops, then go to transform, right click and reset it. And I'm gonna collapse it at once. Now our hierarchy seems a lot more clean. And let's select the first sprite, basically diamond. Let's select that and drag it over to hierarchy or into the scene view. As you can see, we are able to see the diamond. And let's select the move tool from here, but it kind of seems a little bit small. We're gonna make it a little bit bigger. To do so, let's select the sprite sheet one more time, go over to inspector, then sprite mode, pixel per unit to make it even less, something like we're gonna go with 12. And then click on this apply button in the bottom. Now it's something a little bit, and let's call it something like to uh, diamond sprite. Let's call it diamond sprite, diamond sprite, or let's call it instead diamond. And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna add some components to this diamond game object. First thing, obviously, we're gonna add a rigid body 2D, and we're gonna set the gravity scale to 0, so it's not gonna fall down due to our gravity. So let's select the diamond game object in the hierarchy, go over to inspector, click on add component, and find by typing rigid body 2D and attach that. And click on rigid body 2D. I'm gonna set it to body type to kinematic, so it's not gonna fall down due to gravity. And collision detection to choose continuous, and interpolate, let's choose interpolate for smoothing out. And let's add one more component, which will be a collider 2D for collision detection. So if the player game object collide with this diamond, then this diamond need to be collect. So let's click on add component, and let's add up a something like polygon collider 2D by typing the name of the component, and let's edit the collider as the size of our diamond sprite game object. So click on edit collider right over here. Let's edit the collider as the size of our diamond game object. Make it perfect. And I do think it's fine now. And once you done, make sure you just go to is trigger and check that. And let's assign this diamond as a diamond tag. And in order to tag as a diamond, select the diamond game object first in the hierarchy, go over to inspector, then tag says untag. So just click right there and click on add tag, and then hit this plus icon, name the tag what you want. So I'm gonna call it diamond, and then click on save, then go over to that game object one more time, go over to inspector, then tag says untag. So we're gonna assign with diamond. Now we assigned this diamond game object as a diamond tag, and what we have to do now, we're gonna make the animation. Basically we have the signing animation. So if we go to project tab, assets, and then sprites, and then move to items folder, we can see the individual sprite. So what we will do, we're gonna make the animation. To make the animation, we need to select all of the sprite by holding down shift and just drag it top of that game object, basically top of that diamond game object in the hierarchy, and it's gonna make the animation right away. So we will go to assets. In assets we created the animation folder, so let's open that up by double clicking on it, and let's go to let's create a subfolder for this animation to keep it more organized. So let's right click, new folder, and let's call this folder to something like items space animation. And let's open up that subfolder by double clicking on it, and we have to name the animation. So we're going to call it something like diamond spinning or diamond shining. So I'm going to call it something like diamond underscore spinning, or let's call it shining instead. If I'm misspelling it, I'm really apologize for it. I don't know exact spelling of this. So sorry. So once you've done, click on save, and then select the diamond game object in the hierarchy, go over to animation tab, and then hit this play button. As you can see, the diamond is now shining, or spinning, you can simply say. It's just shining. And we're gonna make the second animation clip, basically when we're gonna make it. So whenever this player game object collect this diamond, at that moment we're gonna play a collected animation clip of this diamond, and we have it over here. So we're gonna select that sprite sheet, go over to inspector, and select sprite mode to multiple, and click on sprite editor, click on apply, and it's gonna apply it. So this will be the animation clip, and make sure pixel part you need to make the same as you did for that diamond sprite sheet, so which is 12 as we have chosen. And to get rid of blurry, we're gonna choose filter mode to point no filter, and after doing that, click scroll down, and then click on apply button. And in the top left sprite editor you can see slice, so just click there and select grade by cell count, automatic to grade by cell count, and count how many columns and rows it has. So it has 2 columns as you can see, and 1 row. So we're gonna put 2 columns right over here and 1 row, and then click on slice, and then click on apply over here. And let's select the game view one more time, and let's click on this arrow. Basically we split it up individually, go to that sprite, and then click on this arrow to see the individual sprite, and we're gonna select both of them by holding down shift and move it over to this diamond game object one more time. And this will be the collected animation clip. So we will go to assets folder one more time, then let's open up that animation folder by double clicking on it, and let's go to items animation folder, and let's call this animation clip to something like diamond underscore collected, or hit diamond underscore hit, or let's call it instead collected. And after doing that, click on save, and then select the diamond game object in the hierarchy, go over to animation tab, and let's click right over here, and let's choose this diamond collected animation clip. And now if we hit this, as you can see, it's playing that animation clip. So we want to play this animation clip whenever this player game object collect the diamond. So I'm going to click right over here to choose that animation. So whenever this player game object collect this diamond game object, we're going to play that animation clip. To do so, what we will do, so make sure you make this diamond game object as a prefab. To do so, let's go to project tab and then assets, and let's select the diamond game object in the hierarchy and drag it over to that prefab folder. So we're gonna drag it into that prefab folder. Now we turn it into a prefab, and if we select the diamond game object in the hierarchy and then move over to animator tab, we can see we have two animation clip. So by default, this diamond shining animation clip will be played. So if I just click on this play button in the top, you're gonna able to see this diamond shining animation clip will be played right after the game start. So, and we also need to play this diamond collected, but when once this player game object collide or collect this diamond, at that moment we're gonna play that. So as you can see, diamond signing animation clip is playing over again and again. So let's get out of play mode, and what we're gonna do, we're gonna make transition from this diamond shining to diamond collected. So in order to make transition, let's right click on diamond shining and make transition to diamond collected, and then select this transition, go over to inspector, and we're gonna untick this as exit time. So as soon as player collect or collide with this diamond, we just want to play this diamond collected animation clip right away. So that's why we just untick has exit time, and also transition duration we're gonna choose 0, and let's scroll down. We need to choose a condition, in which condition we want to play this diamond collected animation clip. So we're gonna choose a, or we're gonna create a parameter. So we do know in animator tab we can see a parameter, so just click there, and we're gonna choose a trigger for this. So and we're gonna call this trigger to something like collected collected collected, and we're gonna choose this condition. So let's hit this plus icon in inspector, and we're gonna choose this collected. So whenever we trigger this parameter, this diamond collected animation clip will be played. Why? Because we have chosen that condition, as you can see in the inspector. That is the reason. So let's try to do it manually. So if I just click on this play button in the top and try to trigger this collected parameter manually, you will able to see from this diamond shining animation clip to it will play diamond collected right away. So let's trigger this. As you can see, indeed it's just playing, and the problem is that we don't want to play this animation clip over again and again. So as you can see, whenever this animation clip is just playing over again and again, as you can see. So we don't want to play this animation clip over again and again once the diamond is collected. So we're gonna get out of play mode, and to stop that we need to go over to project tab, then assets, and then animation folder. Basically we need to move over to that folder where we save the animation. So we save the animation into this items animation subfolder, as you can see, and we have both of animation clip. We have the diamond shining animation clip as well as the diamond collected. So we're gonna select the diamond collected one and go over to inspector. You can see loop time, so we're gonna uncheck. So we don't want to loop the animation clip. And now if we select the diamond game object and then go over to animator and hit this play button in the top and try to trigger manually this collected parameter, you will able to see that diamond collected animation clip will be played, and it's gonna play one time. Why? Because we do know that we just did that thing. Basically loop time we just uncheck. So if I just trigger, as you can see, it just played, and the animation just get stuck, as you can see. So that is the thing. So let's get out of play mode. So what we have to do basically right now, we need to collect this diamond. In order to collect this, so let's select the player game object in the hierarchy, and let's open up the player script by double clicking on it. So we need so what we will do, we will use this on trigger enter 2D function. sorry, over here. And we do know that this function right over here, it's get called when we collide with something or we trigger with something. And we do know if we select the diamond game object in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, then polygon collider 2D right over here, as you can see we just check is triggered to true. So we're gonna trigger with this diamond game object, or we're gonna collide with this diamond game object. So what we have to do, we need to collect this. So before we collect, we need to keep track of how many diamonds we collected so far. So we will go to script and we will go to top of our class somewhere around here, and we're gonna make that field public, but we don't want to see that field underneath our player script. So if we select this player script and then go over to inspector, so we don't want to see that field underneath our player script. Instead what we want to access that this field, basically that we gonna make current diamond, we want to access that field from another class. So that's why we're gonna make it public. But before we make it public, we're gonna hide in inspector. And in order to hide this field or this variable from inspector, you need to type this square bracket and you have to type hide in inspector. And for now, let's leave it like public to see if it's really working or not. And that will be integer like whole numbers 0 1 2 3 4 0 1 2 3 4 like that. And we can call this something like current diamond, and let's close that up with semicolon. And we will go to start function, and we do know that start function get called when the game start. So in the start of the game, what we will do, we will set current diamond equal to 0, and then close that up with semicolon. Why? Because when we start the game, we're gonna have 0 diamonds. So that's why in the start function we setting current diamond to 0, as you can see. But when we trigger or collide with this diamond game object, we want to collect this diamond, or we just have to increase this current diamond by 1 unit whenever we trigger with that diamond or collide with that diamond. So let's go to script and over in the bottom somewhere. So if you haven't included this function yet, then type same as I did over here, which is on trigger enter 2D, and you can just ignore this one. And over here what we will do, we will check if other dot game object, basically whatever we collided with, we're going to that game object and we're going to check that, or we will use this compare tag, and it's gonna take in quotation the tag name. So in our case that diamond, and then make some curly brackets. So what we basically doing right over here, we do know that this function get call, or it's gonna trigger when we trigger with this diamond game object or collide with this diamond game object. Then what we're doing, whatever we doing colliding with, so other dot game object basically means the game object we collided with or trigger it with. So we definitely gonna trigger with this diamond game object. And what we checking if the compare tag, basically whatever we trigger it with, that if that game object has a diamond tag. And we do know if we select the diamond game object in the hierarchy and then go over to inspector, as you can see we assigned this diamond as a diamond tag. So we definitely gonna trigger with this or gonna collide with this. Then what we're gonna do, so and we're doing right over here, if other dot game object dot compare tag, basically if we the game object we collided with, and if that game object has diamond tag, then what we're gonna do, we're gonna increase our current diamond by 1. So we will set current diamond plus equal 1 and close that up with semicolon. So we just adding 1. So in this start of the game we have 0 diamonds, so this current diamond gonna be 0. But when we collide with this diamond game object or trigger with this diamond game object, then we adding top of that current diamond by 1 unit. So 0 plus 1 just gonna be 1 once we collect the first diamond, as you can see. And after collecting this diamond, we also need to destroy this diamond game object. But before we destroy, we need to play that diamond collected animation clip, which should be played. I hope you get the idea that what we're doing right over here. so we just increasing our current diamond. And now what we're gonna do in order to play that current diamond and basically diamond collected animation clip, if we select the diamond game object in the hierarchy and then move over to animator tab, we can see if we just trigger this collected parameter, it's gonna play the diamond collected animation clip. So basically what we need a reference of this animator component. So if we select the diamond game object, as you can see an animator component is attached to this diamond game object, so we need a reference of this animator component, and by this animator component reference we can trigger this collected parameter. And if we trigger this collected parameter, we do know that it's gonna play this diamond collected animation clip. So that's why, so we will go to that script and we will go other dot game object, game object, basically the game object we trigger it with or collide it with. So we definitely gonna collide with this diamond game object or gonna trigger with this diamond, basically diamond. And then what we will do, we will use this get component, and the component we're looking for is animator. So we will use this animator and make first bracket, and then dot we're gonna use this set trigger function. And this set trigger function is a first argument, basically in brackets in quotation it's gonna take the parameter name. So make sure you just go to Unity and check the parameter name which we can see collected, and make sure you just spelling it correct, or else you're gonna get some weird behavior. So we will pass collected and then make sure close that up with semicolon, and then control S to save your code. Let me explain one more time what we're doing right over here. Firstly, we increasing our current diamond by 1, as you can see, and then whatever we collided with, we going to that game object. As you can see, we're gonna go, basically we just going over to this diamond game object, and then we using this get component to get the component, and the component we're looking for is animator, as you can see. So basically we just moving over to this animator component, and by this animator component, as you can see, we're using the set trigger function to trigger the parameter, which is we just triggering collected, as you can see. So basically we just moving over to this diamond game object first, and then we just move then we just going over to this animator component, and we having the animator component now, and by this animator component we just triggering this collected parameter, as you can see right over here. So we hope that it's gonna work fine. And after playing the animation clip, we also need to destroy this diamond game object from the hierarchy, as well as in the game view and in the scene view. Why? Because we collected that one, so that is the reason. But before we destroy, we need to check after how much time we just completing the collected animation clip. And in order to check, select the diamond game object in the first in the hierarchy, then go to animation tab and click right over here and select this diamond collected, and we can see after 0.1 second it just completing the whole animation clip. So after this much of time we're gonna destroy the diamond totally. So that is the thing. So let's go to script one more time, and over here we're gonna use this destroy function. And destroy function, as a first argument, it's gonna take the game object you want to destroy. So we're gonna pass other dot game object, basically means the diamond game object we want to destroy, and then comma, you can specify the second parameter, which is time. So after 0.1 second it's just completing the collected animation clip completely. So that's why we're gonna put 0.010 f, something like that, or some you can just pass 0.1 f as well, and then close that off with semicolon. So control S to save your script, and once you're done, go back to Unity. We should able to see that after 0.1 second this guy diamond will be collect, and we need to select the player game object in the hierarchy, and after selecting we can see the parameter. Just wait. And if we select our player game object, go over to inspector, and in the bottom we can see current diamond, and by default it says 0, as you can see. But whenever we're gonna collect this one, this current diamond just gonna increase by 1, and after collecting it, it's gonna destroy itself. So let's hit this play button to see that, and we're gonna make this current diamond field to basically we don't need to see over here, so we're gonna make that field private instead. Sorry, not private. As you can see, diamond collected. And if we select the player game object, and we cannot see, if we hit this pause button and then go over to inspector, in the top right we can see three buttons, so just click on that and click on debug mode. As you can see, current diamond in the bottom we can see is now 1 because we collected that one. So I hope you get the idea. And to get back in normal mode, you need to just click right over here in the top right and select normal right over here. The current diamond is now 1. I hope you get the idea. And as soon as we collect it, after playing the collected animation clip, we cannot able to see the diamond game object in the scene view as well as in the game view, in the hierarchy, as well as you can see right over here we're not able to see that. So I hope you get the idea. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. I hope you get the idea of that, how you can just collect the diamond. So we don't want to see this current diamond field underneath our underneath our player script, but we do want to access this current diamond through another class. So what we have to do basically to hide from inspector, we just have to use one thing to do so. Let's go to script and go to top of your class, and over here we have the field. So in order to hide this field, we need to use this hide in inspector. So make this square brackets and type this hide in inspector, and then if you save your script and then move ahead over to Unity, you will able to see that this current diamond field now gonna disappear right away. But we gonna still able to access this field because this field is public. So that's why if we go to something like this enemy script, we can access that parameter or that variable. So that is the thing. As you can see, we're not able to see the current diamond field underneath our player script, as you can see. So I hope you get the idea of that. So I'm gonna move over to player game object overrides and then click on apply all. If anything you have changes, it's gonna be saved. We just doing inside of script. So we need to show up how many diamonds we collected so far in our UI. And in order to show that up in UI, what we have to do, we need to go over to this canvas. Let's right click on this canvas, then create an empty game object, and let's call this game object to something like UI. And after naming it, go over to rect transform and click right over here and hold down alt on your keyboard and select this bottom right one. So our this game object just gonna stretch around our canvas because we want to separate all of our logic and if to focus on that, as you can see. And now we're gonna right click on this UI, go to UI, basically right click on this UI and then go to UI and then select this, basically go over to bottom says legacy and then choose this text. And we're gonna scale this text, so hold down all, it's gonna resize from center, and we barely able to see the text, as you can see right over here. So in order to expand this text, we need to go over to inspector, scroll down to the text component, and right over there you can see font size. So we're gonna make it something around 100 and then select the font style to bold, something like that. And in the bottom we're gonna choose color to something like a visible color, so I'm gonna choose something white. And now we are able to see, you can choose any color you like. And alignment to both of these, I'm gonna choose center, but not this one, basically this one I'm gonna choose center, basically this one. And instead of saying new text, I'm gonna say something like 0. And we're gonna put this in the top left. In order to put this in the top left, we will go to rect transform, click right over here, hold down all and select this bottom top right, top left anchor one, select that. And as you can see, it's get there. So we're gonna drag it a little bit down and let's drag it somewhere around here, and let's resize this by holding down shift, holding down all, holding down alt, it's gonna resize from center. And we're gonna move it something over here, something like that. And if you want to change the font size, what you can do, you can go to font and we're gonna choose something like this monogram. I guess this one seems pretty fine. Let's increase the font size a little bit up, 125. Still it seems little bit small. Let's do 150 instead, and that's pretty fine. And if we try to scale down or scale up our screen size, as you can see the text, sorry, I'm just having the tea. The text just resizing itself according to the screen size, as you can see. I hope you get the idea, and it just staying always top left anchor, basically top left. So that's why we have chosen that top left anchor. If you use any device or any screen size, the text will resize and it will be always there, if no matter what a screen size and the resolution is. And we're gonna call this text to something like diamond text. So let's call it diamond text. And then what we will do, we will right click on this, basically go to the UI game object one more time, right click on this, then go to UI and select this image, and we will replace this image with our diamond image or diamond sprite. In order to do that, let's go to project tab, assets, and then sprites folder, sprites, then items folder I have right over there. So I'm gonna click right over here, basically the sprite. So I'm gonna select this one or any of this. So let's select this one, select that and drag it over to this source image right over here in the inspector. As you can see, as soon as we done, it just gets replaced. And let's scroll down and click on set native size, and we also want this to be top left. So we will go to rect transform, click right over here, hold down alt on your keyboard and select this top left anchor one, and let's move it somewhere around here, I guess. And this is pretty fine. It's basically means how many diamonds we collected so far, it's gonna reference. So we're gonna call this to something like diamond icon. So let's call it diamond icon, diamond icon, and that's pretty fine. I hope you get the idea, basics idea of this. I'm gonna move it somewhere around here, and this seems pretty fine. And make sure you just select the UI game object and make that one as well prefab, so you're gonna have the copy of that. So let's select the UI game object in the hierarchy and let's drag it over to that prefab folder, and now it's turned it into a prefab. And what we will do now, if we go to UI game object in the hierarchy, then click right over here and select this diamond text, then go over to inspector, then text component, and change the text something like 2, 1, 2, then 3, 4. So basically we need a reference of this text, then we can set up. So we need a reference of this text to just show it up that how many diamonds we collected so far. We're gonna link that up. So we need a reference of this. To do so, let's select the player game object in the hierarchy, go over to inspector, let's open up the player script by double clicking on it, and let's get back there into our script. So we can see current diamond value right over here. So we need a reference of that tags, basically this text. If we select the diamond text game object in the hierarchy, so we need a reference of this text. So let's create a variable or component variable for that. So we're gonna make a serialized field, serialized field, serialized field private, and that is a text component. So that's why we need to type this text. And make sure before you type the text component, you go to your script, top of your class, and include this namespace called using unity engine.ui, or else you're not gonna able to get that. Why? Because the text a is a UI element, so that is the reason. And close that up with semicolon. Now we will go to this update function, or we can go over to this basically where we collecting the current diamond. As you can see, we collecting the current diamond right over here. So before we do, let's basically what we're gonna do now. Oh, sorry, we just forgot to name it. So we're gonna call it something like current diamond text. Let's call it current diamond text, and control s to save your script and then move over to unity. So you need to drag the reference right there. and in order to drag the reference we need to select the game object. So if we go to Unity and then player script, just wait for to compile. It's gonna take a few moments for compiling our script. Once it's done, we are ready to go. Now, if we select the player game object in the hierarchy, go over to inspector, then player script, we can see current diamond text and it says none, basically empty. So what we will do, we will select this diamond text game object, basically the text right there, sorry. So let's select the player script, right click on it and click on properties in the bottom, and we can select the diamond text, and let's select that and drag it right there into that current diamond text field. Now we have the reference, as you can see, diamonds text dot basically text. Basically we have the reference of this diamond text and this text. Now we can just link it up. To do so, we will go to bottom where we collecting, so we increasing our current diamond by 1, as you can see. And after that what we will do, we will set current diamond text dot text equal to our, sorry, not this one, dot text equal to current diamond, and may close that up with semicolon. And this current diamond is a integer value and this one is a string value, so we need to convert this integer value to a string. And in order to convert this, we just have to use this to string function and make first bracket. Now it's this right over here, integer value will be converted into a string value. So what we basically have done, we just going over to current diamond text dot text and we setting equal to 1, and current diamond right over here is 1, so that's why current diamond text dot text right over here will be 1. Basically we just moving over to this current diamond text game object and then accessing this text, and we setting this text equal to this, how many current equal to this current diamond. So current diamond for the first time gonna be 0, so that's why this current diamond text dot text right over here gonna be 0. But once the current diamond increases by 1, so this current diamond becomes 1, so that's why current diamond text right over here gonna be 1. Basically this right over here just gonna be 1 right away once this player game object collect this diamond game object. So make sure you just press down Ctrl S on your keyboard to save your script and then move over to Unity, and it's gonna take few moments for compiling our script. Once it's done, we are ready to collect our diamond. So we should able to see that basically this text will change accordingly how many diamonds we collected so far. So to see that, let's click on this play button in the top and let's have a look. So I'm gonna kill this enemy first. As you can see now, current diamond is 1 as soon as we collected the first one, and we can duplicate that one as well. To do so, let's get out of play mode. If you just go to hierarchy and then select this diamond, I'm gonna collapse this one. Select this diamond game object and F2 focus on that, and let's duplicate. And in order to duplicate, press down Ctrl D to duplicate and select the move tool from here, and let's move it somewhere around here. Let's duplicate more time, something like 4 diamonds. And now if we just hit this play button in the top without delaying, we should able to see current diamond text just gonna be 4, because we have 4 diamond is left in our scene view or in the game. So we're gonna collect, if we collect all of them, that should be it. As you can see, we collected first, second and third. As you can see, the current diamond text right over here, basically diamond text right over here, it's became 4 because we have 4 diamond in the we had 4 diamond in the game and we collected all of them, so that's why that one became 4. I hope you get the idea that how you can just do it. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and we're gonna do the same thing for our, you can say, our heart. So I'm gonna select the duplicate heart by holding down shift, and let's delete. And we're gonna do the same thing as we have done this our diamond game object. We're gonna create the animation of that diamond heart, then just do that thing. Basically that is the thing. So we're gonna do the same thing as we have done in our diamond game object. So we will go to project tab, then assets, and then sprites and items. Over here we have big diamond heart, so we're gonna do the same thing. So as you can see, I have done the same thing. I just created a hard game object in the hierarchy, then made the animation and just coded up. Whenever this player game object collect this diamond, then collection animation clip just playing of this diamond. So after collecting this heart, what we basically want to do, we just want to increase our max health by 1. So if we select the player game object and then go over to inspector player skip, we just want to increase our max health by 1. But we do want to increase whenever player game object loses 1 unit health. Basically if the max health is already 5, then we not gonna collect this heart anymore, we're just gonna leave that. But let's suppose the max health something like 4, then at that moment we're gonna increase, or something like 1, then we will increase. So that if the max health is already 5, then we don't want to increase at all. So basically that is the thing. And so we will go to this script. So we just the same thing. If we colliding with the heart, then we playing the animation and then destroying that. Basically we destroying that. So what we're gonna do now, we're gonna increase the heart by 1. But we firstly we need to check if the max health is already 5, or something like greater than 5, something like that. And in that moment we're not gonna do thing, so we're gonna leave that. So we will check if max health is greater than or equal to something like 5. If that is the case, then we're gonna do something else we're gonna collect the diamond, sorry, heart. So we will do else. So in the else condition, we're gonna put this condition by control X, by control V for face. Sorry, this is not condition, this is statement. So what we will do, so if the max health is already 5, then what we're gonna do, we're not gonna collect the diamond anymore and we're not gonna destroy that. So that's why we're gonna type return, and we do know after return whatever line of code you write, it will not be executed, means the diamond will not be collected and it's not gonna be destroyed. But let's suppose if the max health is already basically not greater than or equal to 5, so the max health is lesser than 5, something like that, means max health is 4, 3, 2 or 1, something like that. At that moment we want to increase. So what we will do, so in the else condition, if the max health is lesser than 5, it's not greater than or equal to, so in the else condition what we will do, we will increase. So max health plus equal 1. So we only doing if the max health is lesser than or lesser than 5. We only doing these things, as you can see, max health plus equal 1. So we increasing our health by 1 unit, and then we just playing the animation clip, which is the collected one, and then we destroying the hard game object right away. We only doing these things whenever the max health is not greater than or equal to 5. So that's why that this else condition will run, because in else condition the max health just gonna be lesser than 5. It's not gonna be this condition. And if the max health is already greater than or equal to 5, then we typing return, means this line of code will not be execute, means we're not gonna collect the heart anymore, and we're not gonna increase the health anymore. So that is the thing. Control S to save your script, and let's have a look on that. So if you if we take damage, then this heart will be collected and the max health will increase by 1 unit. And after basically after collecting that, let's have a look on this. So now if we just go to top of our Unity editor and hit this play button to play our game, let's have a look on this. So let's take 2 damage, something like that. As you can see, we have taken damage. Now if we collect this heart, as you can see in our just health get increased by 1. As you can see, the max health is now 4. It was 3 once we when we are taking damage, and once we collected the heart, it just increased by 1 our max health. I hope you get the idea. To see it properly, I'm gonna duplicate this heart, something like, let's select the heart in the as a hierarchy, and let's control D to duplicate, and let's move it somewhere around here. Let's duplicate one more time, and let's move this somewhere around here, like that. And if we hit this play button in the top, we should able to see that heart just gonna be increased. So if we take damage 2 times, as you can see, now I destroyed, max health is 4, then 3 whenever we collecting those heart. And if we collect this one, this will not be collected. Why? The max health, as you can see, is 5. So that's why that is not collecting, as well as the animation clip is not playing, basically the heart not getting destroyed. I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. So let's get out of play mode. So whenever the max health is something like 5, if we select the player game object in the hierarchy, go over to inspector, scroll down to player script, we can see max health is 5. And now if we hit this play button and the destroy our enemy game object right away, you will able to see that if the max health is already 5, our player it's not gonna collect this heart anymore. So let's have a look. So if I destroy this enemy, as you can see, it's died, and this heart not collecting at all, as you can see. Why? Because the player max health over here, you can see it's already 5. So that is the reason. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. Whenever this player game object dies, we want a game over screen. So to do so, if we hit this play button to play the game first, let's have a look on this. Just take a look on this. So if we take damages from this enemy game object, as you can see, we died. So we won a game over screen. So what we will do, let's get out of play mode, and let's go to project tab first, and then assets, and I will move over to sprites folder. Over there I have a UI folder, and I have all of the sprite right over here, as you can see. I will give a link in the description as well, for all of this sprite. You can go and check them out. To do so, let's go to canvas first. So make sure you just created the canvas in your hierarchy. If you haven't, go to the canvas, basically UI chapter in the description, and you will get that. Let's go to canvas. Let's right click on this canvas. So we want to separate our all of logic, so let's create it and another game object for this, for our game over. So let's right click on canvas, then go to UI, then go to bottom, says legacy, and then sorry, not legacy. Firstly we're gonna create the game object basically to separate our logic. So let's right click and create an empty game object, and we're gonna call this game object to something like game over. So let's call it game over, and then go over to inspector, then rect transform, and then click right over here, hold down alt on your keyboard and select this bottom right one, and then if to focus on that game object. And let's right click on this game over game object, and then go to UI and select this panel. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna resize this panel. Into this panel we're gonna place all of the buttons that we need. So let's select the rect tool from here, hold down alt on your keyboard to resize from center like this. And what we want to do, we want to replace this image with something else. So to do so, if we just go over to inspector, then image component, so we can see source image and it's set it to background. So we're gonna replace this one. In order to do that, we will go to rect, basically we're gonna select this one and we're gonna drag it there. So let's select the panel game object in the hierarchy and go over to inspector, click on lock button in the top right, you can see, so it's gonna be locked. And now let's select this rect tool, sorry, rectangular box, let's select that and drag it right there. And now as you can see, it's pretty fine. And we can go over to color, just click right there, and bottom in the A channel just drag it to 255. And it seems kind of little bit weird. So what we will do, firstly let's unlock it. So just go to top right one more time, click on lock button to unlock it, and let's select this rectangle box, select that first, go over to inspector, then choose filter mode to by linear to point no filter, and after doing that click on apply. As you can see, it's right now it's just little more pretty much good, you can see, say. And pixel per you need to choose something like a less number if you want, but I'm gonna leave with 100. And now what we will do, we will select this panel, and let's select the panel. Basically if we try to scale down our screen size, as you can see the panel just resizing itself according to our screen size. And what we will do, we will right click on this panel, then go to UI, and we will go to legacy in the bottom and choose this button, and we're gonna call this button to something like retry button, and one will be our panel button. So let's call this one retry button, retry button, and then move then click right over here, and let's select the retry button, and let's hold down alt on your keyboard, so it will be resized from center. And I want to replace this button image with something else, so I have it over here. So I'm gonna select the that spreadsheet first, basically that sprite first, not this is not a sprite sheet. The sprite sheet basically means it's gonna contain all of the sprite at one sprite, so that's why it's called sprite sheet. And this is a sprite. So let's select the sprite first, go over to inspector and choose this filter mode to point no filter, and after doing that click right over here. And now we're gonna select the retry button, and then go over to image section, and let's select the sprite button sprite and select that and drag it over to this source image field. As you can see, as soon as we done, it's just get resized, sorry, replace. And we're gonna click on this set native size right over here, and it's get down, so we're gonna make it a little bit larger. So hold down alt on your keyboard, so it's gonna resize from center like this. I guess this is pretty fine, or we can choose any other button if we like to do, but I'm gonna go with this one. This one is okay. Let's resize much this, and this should be it. And what we will do, we're gonna increase the text size inside of this button. So select the text inside of that button, go over to text component, and font size, let's make it somewhere around 50, 50 I guess, and select font style to bold. And if you want to replace the font, we're gonna replace with monogram, something like that. And we're gonna call this, instead of button over here saying button, I'm gonna say something like retry, retry. And let's increase the text size inside of this button a little bit up. So let's do something like 100, and let's drag it over here, really sorry. And what we will do, we will duplicate this button. Before we duplicate, select the button, go over to inspector, rect transform, click right over here, hold down all, and let's select this top one, and we're gonna drag it down now somewhere like this. So it's gonna be always stays right there. And let's move it a little bit down, and let's control D to duplicate this button, and I'm gonna move it in the bottom somewhere around here. And let's call this retry button to something else. So this is gonna be our menu button to go back to menu. So let's call it menu button, and then go over to inspector. Sorry, we're gonna call this menu button, and let's change the text inside of this button. So let's click right over here in game over, let's select the text, and let's call it something retry to. We're gonna call it let's call it instead retry to, let's call it menu, and that's pretty fine. Menu, and this is okay. And what we will do now, let's do these things basically we have done. And let's basically set a text right over here. It's gonna say something like game is over. So let's right click on panel, go to UI, then legacy in the bottom, and then choose this text, and we're gonna resize this text. Basically, let's go to rect transform, click right over here, hold down alt, and select this top right over here, you can see. And let's move it a little bit down by selecting this rect tool somewhere around here, and let's fit it inside this panel. Basically we need to do, and we barely able to see the text. To see the, let's make the font size a little bit bigger, something like 50, and let's change the color to something like this, and let's choose alignment to both of this center. And we're gonna change the font as well to something else. Let's increase the font a little bit high, something like 70, and let's say instead of new text we're gonna say game is over, or game over, we can say. Let's say game over, sorry, not game over. And we're gonna make the text size, font style to choose bold, and let's increase the text size a little bit high, something like this. And we're gonna do something, this seems pretty fine now, and we can move it down, and this seems a lot more clean. And let's call this one to something like game over text instead of text. So we're gonna call it, sorry, game over text, game over text, and that's fine, game over text. And select the game over game object, or this panel, let's select this game over game object in the canvas, in the hierarchy basically, and drag it into that prefab folder to make a prefab of that. So we're gonna make, let's drag it right there. I hope you get the idea. But if we just hit this play button in the top and try to just click on this button will do nothing currently. Why? Because we need to hook this button with some certain function. So if we just try to click retry button, we can see it's not doing at all, it's just showing. So if we just click on this retry button, we want to reload the game. And if we just click on this menu button, we just want to go back to menu scene or in the menu. So let's get out of melee mode, and by default we don't want this game over to be active. Once the player game object destroyed or dies or loses max health, then we're gonna set this game over active to this panel, or this game over game object to be active. At that moment, if we just click on retry button, we want to reload the game, and if we just click on this menu button, we want to load the menu. I hope you get the idea. And I'm gonna clear the console, and by default we want this to be inactive. To do so, let's go over to hierarchy, then canvas, and then game over game object, go over to inspector and uncheck this. Now it's gone. As you can see, whenever the player game object dies, we're gonna set this game over to be active. In order to do that, let's select the player game object in the hierarchy, and let's go over to inspector, double click that player script to open it up in Visual Studio, and let's go where we just tying. So we tying right over here, as you can see. So we need a reference of this game over game object, then we can set this one to be active. Active basically, if we select the game over game object in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector and check this box, so it's gonna be active. So we need a reference of this game over game object. So let's go to script and let's go to top of our class, something underneath our player over here. Let's make a another serialized field, private, and that is a game object. So that's why we're going to type game object, and we can call this one to something like game over panel or game over UI. So let's call it game over UI, and then close that up with semicolon, control S to save your code, and then move over to Unity. So we need to drag the reference right there. First we need to select the player game object in the hierarchy, and then we need to drag the reference right there. Just wait for to compile. And now if we select our player game object in the hierarchy and then go over to player script, we can see game over UI and it says none, basically empty. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna select this game over UI game object, basically game over game object, and drag it right there. Now as you can see, we have the game over, basically this one. Now this we can use to set active. To do so, let's go to script now, and let's go to bottom where we dying or where the player losing all of his health. So right over here. So what we will do, we will, after this we're gonna basically, let's do it over here. So we will go to that game over UI, game over UI, and then we're gonna use this set active function. And this set active function right over here, it's gonna take a bool parameter which can be true or false. So if you just pass right over here true basically means we just setting that game over UI to be active. Basically we just going over to this game over UI and then setting that active, basically checking right over here, that is the means of true. And if you pass right over here false, it's basically means unchecking, means we just setting that game object to inactive. That is the thing. I hope you get the idea. So that's why we pass true, basically it's gonna be checked. And now close that up, semicolon, control S to save your code. Now let's move over to Unity. So whenever this player game object dies, that game over UI just gonna be active right away without any restriction, because the player game object losing all of his health and we don't know what we're doing, basically. Now if we just click on this play button in the top, let's have a look. So if we take the damage, as you can see we died, and this game over UI just gets active, as you can see. But if we try to click on this menu or this retry button, this button doing currently nothing. So we need to hook this button with some certain function. I hope you get the idea for now, that how you can just make a game over UI screen and want to that active at a some point. Let's create a script which will, if we just click on retry button, we want to reload the game scene or we want to play the game one more time. And if we just click on menu button, we just want to go back to menu, but we do know that we don't have anything like that. For now we're just gonna print out a message, but before that we need to create the script. To do so, let's go to project tab, assets, and then head over to script folder, right click on script folder, then create C# script and name it to something like scene management. I have it over here and I already created, and you can attach this script to any game object of your hierarchy, or let's create another or a separate game object for this script. So let's go to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon, and let's create an empty game object, and let's call this game object to something like scene management, scene management as the script name, something like that. And let's go to transform, right click and reset the transform, and let's select the script and drag it over to this add component section. Or what else you can do, just click on add component and find the script by typing name of the script, whatever you just name it. So I, in my case, scene management, so I'm not gonna attach that one more time. And I'm gonna select the scene management game object and let's drag it in the top of hierarchy so we can see all the time. And I'm gonna select this basically this heart and this two heart, I guess this one. Let's select it and let's delete from this in view now and from the hierarchy to make it a little more clean. And let's open up the script. Let's double click that to open it up in Visual Studio. So by default we have, as you can see, start and update function. So we don't need this start and update function, we will remove that. And also we will remove these two namespaces from the top, we don't need it. Instead we need we need to include this using unity engine dot scene management namespace, and make sure you just close that up with semicolon. So why we including this using unity engine dot scene management namespace in the top of our class? Because we're gonna work with scene or level, so that's why we need to include this namespace. So make sure you just go to top of your class and you include this namespace called using unity engine dot scene management. And let's go to script. Let me explain a little more. If we go to canvas and then click right over here, then move over to game over, then go to inspector and check this. As you can see, by default we have retry and the menu. So if I just click right over here to select button, and let's click one more time in the panel to get those button. So we have retry button. So whenever we click retry button, we want to reload the game scene or the level, or we just want to play the game one more time. So if we select the retry button, go over to inspector and then scroll down, we can see in the bottom it says on click. So what we can do, we can call a function right over here by on click event. So we can just hit this plus icon and we can call the function right over here through a class or a script. So basically we're gonna make for the one function for this retry button and one for this menu button. So let's go to function to script one more time, and let's create a function to reload the level or to retry the level. And make sure you just making it public. Why? Because we're gonna call this function through a click event, something over here. So that's why we need to make that function public. And for function we have to type void, and we're gonna call this something like retry. So let's call it retry and then make first bracket and some curly brackets, and then close that up and make some curly brackets. So what we want to do inside this function, we want to load the level, basically which level we are in or which scene we are currently in. To see the scene name, you can go to hierarchy and scroll up. You can see the scene name is sample scene. So we just want to reload the sample scene one more time to play it one more time or again. So let's go to script now, and in order to reload that one more time the level, we need to use this scene manager dot load scene function, and make sure you using this function scene manager dot load scene. Why we need to include this function? Because this function is responsible for the loading up the scene which you want to load up. So in our case we want to load up this sample scene. So in quotation we have to type the name of the scene, or you can just pass the build index of the scene. So how you can get the build index of an scene? To get the build index of an scene, go to unity and go to top left file. Then in the bottom you can see build settings, and the shortcut key you can also see, which is control shift plus B. So if you just click right there, you can see in build settings tab, just open it up right away. So you can see the name right over here. So the scene name is sample scene, and we can see the build index of it in the right section, which is 0. So you can just pass right over here the name of the scene in quotation, or you can just simply pass the build index of it and then close that up with semicolon. So it's gonna load the scene which we want to load up. So you need to pass. So instead of doing this, we're gonna pass this scene manager dot get active scene and make first bracket, and then make sure you also make this first bracket and then dot build index. So what basically this means, scene manager dot get active scene, it's basically means the scene we are currently in. So we are currently in, as you can see, we are currently in the sample scene. So we just going over to that and then accessing the build index of it. So the simple scene build index we can see in the right, which is 0. So this right over here gonna be 0 right away. So scene manager dot get active scene basically means which scene we are in, and then accessing the build index of that scene. So we are in sample scene, and we can see sample scene build index in the right section, which is 0, as you can see. So that's why it's gonna be 0. So I'm gonna cut this tab. So we just loading the scene which we are in, which in our case the sample scene. So whenever we call this retry button, retry function, it's gonna load up the scene which we are currently in. So we are currently in sample scene, so it's gonna load up the sample scene one more time, or the level we are currently in, it's gonna load up one more time. So make sure you just press down Ctrl S to save your script, and let's move over to Unity by now. And we need to call this function, and what this retry function will do, it's just gonna load up the scene we are currently in. So that is the thing. So I hope you get the idea. So before you use this scene manager dot load scene function, make sure you just go to top of your class and include this namespace called using unity engine dot scene management, else you're not gonna able to use this function called scene manager dot load scene. And let's go to Unity now, and if we select the retry button in the hierarchy and then move over to inspector, scroll down, we need to hit this plus icon, and we need to drag the game object in which game object the script is sitting on. So we do know that we attach the scene management script or the class in this scene management game object, so that's why we're gonna select that and drag it right there. And as you can see, it says no function, so we need to click right there, and we'll go to scene management script or class, and then over there we created the retry function. As you can see, we indeed able to access that, so we're gonna choose that. So basically what we're doing, we just going over to this scene management script or this class, and then calling this retry function right there. Means whenever we click on this retry button, that function just gonna trigger or just gonna kill or get called, and we do know what that function is doing. So by default, I'm gonna select this game over UI, and let's go to inspector, uncheck this. By default it should be unchecked. And now if we just click on this play button in the top and die, that game over screen just gonna be pop up right away. And once whenever we click on that retry button, we should hope this level just gonna load up one more time. So as you can see, the player game object totally dies, the game is over. And now if I just go ahead and click on this retry button, as you can see, the level just get reload one more time, or the simple scene we are loading up. Even if we just click on this retry button one more time, as you can see, indeed it's just loading up one more time. I hope you get the idea. But the problem is that if we just try to click on this menu button, it's not doing nothing currently. So we need to hook this menu button with some certain function, and in that function we're gonna specify what this menu button really need to do. So let's get out of play mode, and let's go to function script one more time, and let's go over here, and let's make a function for that menu button as well. And make sure you just make it public, and for function we're going to type void, and we're going to call this menu, and make first bracket and some curly bracket. So we don't have the menu scene or the menu scene, basically you can call, we don't have that right now. We're gonna create it later. So if it's really working or not, we're gonna print out a message for now. And we do know for printing out message, we're gonna type debug.log, and the message we want to print out, you need to type in quotation, let's say menu load menu, and then close that up with semicolon, and Control S to save your script. So whenever we call this menu function, what its menu function just gonna do, it's gonna print out the message in the console says load menu. You can type whatever you want to say. So after saving your script, move to Unity, head over to Unity, and you need to you need to choose the menu button, and need to hook the function right there in menu button. So we will select our menu button in the hierarchy. So let's select that, go over to inspector, scroll down, hit this plus icon, and we need to drag the game object in which game object the script is sitting on. So in our case, scene management game object. So let's select that and drag it right there, and it says no function, so just click on that, and we will go to scene management script or class, and over there we created the menu function, as you can see right over here. So let's choose that, And now if we just click on this play button and try to click on that menu button, we should hope the message menu load menu should be pop up in the console right away whenever we click on that menu button, because we calling that menu function and we do know what menu function is doing. So now if I just select the console in the bottom and then clear, and right away if I just click on this menu button, as you can see load menu message just getting pop up in the console says load menu. So whenever I click on this load menu message just getting pop up in the console right away. So instead of printing out message, what we want to load up the menu. So basically before we load up the menu, we need to create the menu scene. In order to create that, so let's get out of play mode and make sure you just go over to game over parent game object, basically the parent, and then go over to overrides and then click on apply all. So the changes you made in this pattern, it will be saved into prefab of this game over game object as well. So let's create the menu and menu scene. In order to create the menu scene, you need to head over to project tab, then assets, and in assets you can just right click, then create, and over there you can see scene right over here I can see. Or what you can do, you can just go to scenes folder right there, click right click, then go to create, and we're gonna create the scene, and we have to name the scene what we want to name it. So we're gonna call it something like menu, and let's double click that to go to that menu scene. So let's double and let's click on save. Basically whatever changes we made into this simple scene, it's gonna be saved if we just click on save button, and then we will automatically get redirect to that menu scene. So let's click on save, and as you can see we loaded up the menu scene. And in menu scene we only have the main camera, as you can see. So what we will do, we will drag the backgrounds and backgrounds over here as well as the tile ground. So to do so, let's go to prefab folder where we made a prefab, we do know. So let's select the background and let's drag it over into this hierarchy. As you can see, as soon as we done, it's just get. But what we will do right over here, we're gonna disable the moving script, because in menu scene we don't want this background to move at all, because in menu scene we don't have the player. So that's why we don't want to move anymore. So what we will do, we will select all of the backgrounds right over here and then go to parallax effect and uncheck. Basically we just disabling this parallax effect right over here, or else we're gonna get some error. uh, to see that, what you can do, if we just click on this play button, before we click on the play button, I'm gonna select the console in the bottom and let's hit this play button. You will see some error message just gonna appear in the console, says something like object not separate set as an instant, something like that we will get. As you can see, the variable cam opera parallax has not been assigned. So that's why we're going to get out of play mode and we will disable the script right over here. So we will select all of the backgrounds by holding down shift, go over to inspector, then parallax a script, and we're going to uncheck this. Now the it should work fine, basically. And make sure you just don't go to backgrounds and then click on overrides and apply all, because the changes over here you made, it's gonna be saved into that background scheme object. So that's why we will get some error when we get back when we will get back to the sample scene or the level. So make sure you just don't go to parent game object and then click on overrides and then apply all. So that's why we're not gonna do it over here. And let's drag the tile as well. So we will go to project tab, or you can just leave it like this. I think it seems pretty fine, so I'm gonna just leave like this. And let's create the play button and the exit button, as well as the about or some extra button we will just gonna create. So let's go to menu, let's go to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon. So basically we need to create the canvas, and we do know we need to place all of the UI elements like buttons, icon, images, anything like that. It will go into our canvas. So that's why we need to create the canvas first. And in order to create the canvas, we will go to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon. Sorry, I just mistakenly done this thing, so I'm gonna select that. Let's select that and delete. Let's go to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon, and then go to UI and select this canvas right over here. and F2 focus on that canvas. And what we will do, we will go to inspector, then canvas scaler. Over here we're going to do the same thing as we have done in sample scene. So we will go to UI scale mode. Right over here it says constant pixel size, so just click there and choose scale with screen size, and we're gonna put in the X 1920 and in the Y 1080. So let's post 1920 and 1080 in the Y. So basically we're just doing the same thing as we have done in samples in canvas. And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna create some game objects to separate all of our logic. One will be our main menu UI, one will be about menu UI, and one will be something like volume UI, something like that. So that's why. So we're gonna select the canvas. Let's right click on it, then go to basically right click on this canvas, then create an empty game object, and let's call this game object to something like main menu UI or main menu. Let's call it main menu, and then go over to inspector, direct transform, and click right over here and hold down alt on your keyboard and select this bottom right one. So the game object just gonna stretch around the size of our canvas, and we are ready to create or populate the buttons. So let's select this main menu UI. Let's right click on it, then go to UI, scroll down, says legacy, and then choose this button, and let's call this button to something like play button. So this is will be our playing the game. So whenever we're gonna click on this play button, we just want to play our game. So let's call this play button, and let's increase the size of this button. So hold down alt on your keyboard to increase the size of this button, and I guess it's fine. And let's change the sprite of this button, basically the source image. So if we could just go to image right over here, so we're gonna swipe up this one. So let's go to project tab, assets, and then sprite. Basically we need to go over to that sprite folder where we have the, so I have it in UI folder, and I have the button over here, button sprite or button image you can call. So let's select that and drag it over to this source image field. As soon as we drag it, it changes as you can see. And let's scroll down and click on this set native size, and make sure you just select this rake tool right over here and hold down alt on your keyboard. So it's gonna resize from center like this. I guess it's pretty fine. And let's increase the text inside of this button. To do so, let's click right over here and let's select the text, go over to inspector, and we're gonna make the font size something around 50, and let's make it a little bit bigger, something like 70. It's pretty fine. And let's choose font style to bold, and if you have any font you can drag it right over here, or you can just click right over here to select. I'm gonna select this monogram, and let's increase the text a little bit, and let's call it, instead of button, let's call it play. So this is will be our play button, and I'm gonna resize that the button. So let's hold down alt on your keyboard, so it's gonna resize from center like this. And let's select the text, and let's increase the size of this text. Basically go over to font size and make it something like 115. It's totally up to you, or 125. And I'm gonna move it a little bit up, and let's change the color of this text. To do so, let's scroll down, go to color, click over here, and let's choose something like this. I guess this doesn't fit, or we can choose this color. This is pretty fine. And let's select the play button one more time in the hierarchy, and let's hold down alt on your keyboard to basically match up a correct size. That's why we just doing these things. And I think it's pretty fine now, and we can just drag the text in. Let's leave it, it's fine. And make sure you just select the button, go over to inspector, then rake transform, click over here, hold down alt on your keyboard. Let's select for this one, top one, and let's drag it somewhere around here. Something in the Y, we're gonna put something minus 350, and let's duplicate this button by Control D. Let's select the button in the hierarchy first and Control D to duplicate, and let's move it down, and let's call this button to something like about menu. So this gonna be about button. So let's go to inspector and let's call it about button, and also change the text inside of this button. So to do so, let's click right over here, let's select the text, go over to inspector, and then text field right over here we're gonna change play to something like volume, or sorry, not volume, this is will be our about button. And this it's this is pretty fine. And we're gonna center this button about. So I'm gonna drag it to center it. Select the button first, go over to inspector, then rake transform, click over here, hold down all and select this center one, so it's gonna be center. And let's select the about button one more time and control D to duplicate, and and let's move it down, so this will be our exit button. So let's call it exit button, and let's call this exit button. And let's change the text inside of this button as well. To do so, let's click right over here, let's select the text and let's call it something like exit, and this is pretty fine. And for this exit button, let's choose the exit button, go over to rect transform, click over here and hold down alt and select this. For this button we're going to choose bottom anchor, and let's move it in the y something like 350 as we have done for this top one. And we can just make a little spaces between this button, so I'm going to move it a little bit farther away, something like 300 seems pretty quite good number. And let's select the play button and let's move it something like minus 300. And so if you use any kind of screen resolution, this button just gonna fit nicely, that is the thing. So I'm gonna clear the console and make sure you just select the menu, main menu, basically select that and make a prefab. So we will go to project tab, assets, and then prefabs folder, and let's select the main menu game object in the hierarchy and let's drag it in this prefab folder. Or what you can do for UI elements, you can create another subfolder underneath this prefabs folder. So let's create that. So let's right click on this prefab folder, then create a folder, and we're gonna call this UI prefabs to separate or to keep it all of the things in organized way. And let's select all of the UI elements like this UI main menu, and then we can select this heart. You can, I think, health UI we have, I guess this is. So we can just select one by one and drag it right there. So let's select drag it one by one and drag it right there. So this is health UI, we can just drag it. And for this ground, let's make another folder. So let's right click, create folder, and let's call this folder to something like ground prefabs. Ground prefabs. And we can select all of the ground prefabs by holding down shift or holding down control, and let's drag it right there. So as you can see now, our prefabs folder seems a lot more clean. And I'm gonna select this game over prefab and let's drag it inside this UI prefabs folder. I hope you get the idea what you basically need to do. So what we want to do, whenever we click on this play button, we want to play our game. In order to do that, we will go to our scenes folder. So let's go to, basically we gonna go over to that sample scene or that level. So let's go to assets, then scenes, and let's go to sample scene. So double click there to go to that sample scene and make sure you just click on save. So whatever changes you made into this menu scene, it's gonna be saved and then it will move over to sample scene automatically. So we're gonna click on this save. As soon as we click on save, as you can see, we just headed over to our sample scene or the level. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select the scene management game object in the hierarchy. Basically we do know that we attach this scene management script to this scene management game object, and inside this scene management script we're gonna do all of the UI stuff like loading our scene, going over to menu, playing our game. So that's why we need this script to that menu scene as well. So that's why we're gonna select the scene management game object and gonna make it prefab, because in this scene management script we attach the scene management script, and inside that scene management script we're gonna just do the say loading scene levels, basically those things. That's why. So let's select the scene management game object in the hierarchy and let's drag it over to that prefab folder to make it prefab. And now let's move over to that menu scene. So let's go to scenes folder, then menu, let's double click on it and let's click on save. So whatever changes we made, it's gonna be saved, and we are now, as you can see, in menu scene. So let's go to that prefab folder one more time and let's select the scene management game object prefab right over here and let's drag it in the hierarchy. Now as you can see, scene management script is also in our menu scene now, and we're gonna open up the scene management script one more time by double clicking on it. And so instead of printing out message, what we want, basically we're gonna leave this for now and let's create a play button. So we're gonna do it somewhere around here. You can do it anywhere you want. So let's create a function for play button. Basically if we go to Unity, whenever we click on this play button, we want to play that level or that game basically. So that's why we're gonna make a function for this play button. To do so, let's create a public void and let's call it play button, play button, or play the game, or let's call it something like play and make first bracket. Sorry, this is shouldn't be, I'm gonna call this one play, and then let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. So what we want to do, we want to play the game, so make these curly brackets. So whenever we call this play function, we want to play our game. So we need to load up the scene which we are basically playing our game, and we do know that we playing our game in sample scene. So if we just move to project tab, assets, and then scenes folder and open up the sample scene by double clicking on it. So we just want to load up this sample scene or a sample scene, or you can just rename the scene by right click and rename, and you can call it something like level. So I'm gonna call it something like level. So we want to load up this level or the game scene. So we're gonna go over to menu. So we want to load up the level. So we do know, in order to load up any scene or any level, you need to use this scene manager dot load scene function, and we do know that, sorry, load scene, this will be load scene, and we do know it's gonna take the scene which we want to load up, and it's gonna take in quotation the name of the scene or the build index of it. So the build index of it, we do know the level is 0. So we're gonna pass the name of the scene. So in quotation we have to do the name of the scene which we do know, which is our level which we recently name it. So we're gonna pass level, the name of the scene, and then close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your script, and then let's move over to Unity. So we should hope that so we need to hook that play function with our play button. So whenever we goes to click on that play button, we want to load up that level basically where we playing our game. So we just gonna loading up right away. Because we do know this scene manager dot load scene function, it's take the name of the scene which you want to load up. So let's go to Unity and let's go to hierarchy, canvas, and then main menu, and let's select the play button in the hierarchy and go over to inspector, scroll down and hit this plus icon. So over here we need to drag the game object, in which game object the script is sitting on, and we do know in our scene management. So let's select that and drag it right there, and it says no function, so just click there and let's go to scene management class or script, and over there we created the play function as you can see. So let's choose. So basically whenever we're gonna click on this play button, that function just gonna trigger the play function, and we do know what play function is basically doing. So let's click on this play button in the top and let's have a look. So whenever we click on this play button, the play function just gonna call, and play function just loading up the level which we want to load up. So if I just click on this play button, as you can see, the play basically the play just gets loaded up. So when we click our play button, we just playing our game. If I just click on this play button one more time and click on this play button, we playing our levels in, basically loading that up, and we playing our game. But when we just get a die and then try to click on that menu button, we just printing out the we just printing out the message in the console says load menu. So let me show that to you. If I just click on this play button, as you can see, we loaded up the menu scene, and if we just get die right over here, and then if I just try to click on this menu, as you can see we just printing out the message says load menu instead of loading that menu scene. So let's do that. To do so, let's get out of play mode first, and let's go to level menu, sorry, into that level or in the game. So let's double click that to get there, and let's select the scene management game object in the hierarchy, and then let's open up the scene management script by double clicking on it. So right now, as you can see, we just printing out the message, and we do have the menu scene by now. So instead of printing out message, we want to load up that menu. So in order to load up any scene, what we do know that we're gonna use this scene manager dot load scene function, and this function right over here, as a first argument, it's gonna take the build index of the scene or the name of the scene in quotation. So before we load up the scene, make sure the scene is build index. Basically just go over to Unity and go over to top left file, and then click on this build settings in the bottom, and over here check that menu is right over here. As you can see, we don't have it right now. So what we basically have to do, we need to move over to project tab, then assets, basically where we created the scene. We need to select the scene and drag it right over here. So we have the scenes in scenes folder, so let's go there, and we can see the scene is over here. So we're gonna select the menu and let's drag it right over here, scenes in build. So make sure you just drag it, or else you're not gonna able to go to that scene. And I'm gonna select the menu scene and gonna drag it up, because this one just gonna be the default one, or you can just leave it. But this is the menu or the first scene we should have, so that's why I just drag it in the top. And as you can see, now we have, and we can see the build index in the right section, which is 0 for this menu, and for this level we can see build index is 1. So we can pass the build index or the name of the scene. So I'm gonna cut this tab, and let's go to scene, basically script, and right now in quotation we're gonna pass the scene name of the scene, so which in our case menu. And let's close that up with semicolon, control S to save our script, and then let's move over to Unity, and we should hope that it's gonna work fine. So we need to go over to our menu button, and we need to hook that menu function with our menu button. We need to link that up, so that's why we're gonna after that we will able to call that function. So let's go to hierarchy, canvas, let's go to game over, and then panel, and then let's select the menu button over here. Let's go to inspector, scroll down, and as you can see, the menu button or the menu function is already hooked up. If it's not, then hit this plus icon, and you need to drag the game object in which game object the script is setting on, and then you have to choose the function. So we already have done it. So if we just click on this play button in the top, and just dies after taking all of taking damages from this enemy game object, and then try to click on that menu, we should hope that we will go over to menu. So we can see we tried, and if I just click on this menu button, as you can see we get back to menu. And if we just click on this play button one more time, we can see we just playing our game. And if we get one more time damage, basically player game object get destroyed, and as you can see the game over UI just gets pop up. So if we just click on this menu button one more time, we can see we just getting back to the menu scene. So I hope you get the idea that how you can load up. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and we need to do something. To do something, let's go to menu scene now. Let's double click on it to get there. And if we just click on this menu, if we just click on this about button, we want to have a about basically a something like that about menu. So we're gonna, what we will do, we will go to our hierarchy, canvas, and let's select the main menu. What you can do, you can just select that and control D to duplicate. But if it's not a perfect way to do that, because if we just go to overrides and then click on whatever changes you made in main menu, it's gonna be saved into that, or the changes will be done to the duplicate as well. So that is the thing. So in order to prevent that, we will go to project tab, assets, and then prefabs, and let's head over to UI prefabs folder, and over there we have the main menu UI. As you can see, we just made it prefab. So over here we're gonna duplicate that one. Instead of going over to hierarchy and select the game object and then control D to duplicate, instead of doing this, we're gonna just go over to that prefab for we're gonna select that prefab game object, which is main menu UI, and let's control D to duplicate. And the duplicate one, we're gonna name it something like about menu. So let's right click on it and let's rename, and let's call it something like about menu. And let's open that up quickly by double clicking on it. And this about menu, what we want to have, we don't want to have this play button as well as this about button. And instead of saying exit, we're gonna say something like back. So if we just click on that back button, so we will get back to main menu. So that is the thing. So let's select this play button, let's delete that, as well as we will select the about button, we're gonna delete that. And instead of this exit button, let's call it something like back button. So let's call it back button, back button, back button. And let's change the text inside of that button as well. So let's select the text, instead of exit, let's call something like, let's say back. Sorry, this will be back, and now it's pretty fine. And we also want to add a text or over here in this about, something like, you can say I made this game, and you can just keep the credits. It's totally up to you what you want to have. So I'm gonna go get back in scene view. So let's click over here to get back. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select the about menu from that folder, and let's drag it top of this hierarchy. As you can see, we have both of this, we have main menu as well as the about menu. For now, I'm gonna select the main menu. Let's go over to inspector, let's uncheck to just see only the about menu. And this about menu, what I want to have, it takes something like, hi, I just made the game. And you can just put all of the things that you want to mention in your game that you use, or want to keep a credits or something, you can say yourself. But what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna right click on this about menu, let's go to UI, and let's go to bottom says legacy, and then choose this text. And what we will do, we will go to rect transform, click over here, hold down alt, and let's select this bottom right one, and we're gonna move it a little bit up. So if you just stretch over here and then click on this play button, try to click on this back button, you're not gonna able to do that, because this game object or this text is in front of this back button. So that's why we're gonna select this text, and let's move it over here to just keep it the back button independent. And now what we will do, we will change this text to something like about text. So let's call it about text. And in this about, what we can do, so let's increase the size of the text. To do so, let's go to inspector, scroll down, go over to text component, and let's make this font size to something like 100. And alignment to choose, I'm gonna choose both of this center, and let's choose the color something to like this. And let's call this hi, I'm gonna call hi, my name is Vairab Roy. You can say, you can type whatever you want to say. Vairab Roy, and and I made this game for to record a tutorial on YouTube. And if it seems like pretty much something else, what we're gonna do, we're gonna choose a background for this text, and top of that background we're gonna add this text. To do so, let's go to about menu one more time, let's right click on it, let's go to UI, and let's select this image. And we will go to inspector, then rect transform, click right over here, hold down all, and let's select this bottom one. And I'm gonna drag this text, sorry, I'm gonna drag this image over here, because we don't want to hide this back button. And now what we're gonna do, I'm gonna make the transparency of this image something like low. To do so, let's go to image component, then color, and in the bottom A channel let's shrink it down something like this to make it more visible. And I'm gonna choose the rect tool from here, hold down alt on your keyboard to resize from center like this. You can say whatever you want to say, and you can change the color as well. So I'm gonna something like, I'm gonna choose this one. Let's choose this, and let's select the text, about text, and let's drag it bottom. So if you just drag it bottom, so the text will be in front of this image component, sorry, image game object. So as you can see, indeed it's happening. So I'm gonna choose font style to something like bold, and you can choose if you have another font to make it even more cooler. And I guess it's pretty fine. And this is, I'm really apologize for the baby is crying in the background. And let's go to about menu and go over to overrides and then click on apply all. So the changes over here you make, it's gonna be saved on into this about menu game object as well. I hope you get the idea by now. And now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select this about menu. Let's go over to inspector and I'm gonna uncheck this, and I'm gonna select the main menu. Let's go over to inspector and let's take this. So whenever I click on this about button, I just want to active this about menu. So what we have to basically need to do, if we just go to main menu and click over here and select this about button and then go over to inspector, scroll down, we can do on click. So basically we can drag the game object right over here which we want to set active. So we just need to hit this plus icon and we need to drag the game object, which game object basically you want to set active. So in our case, whenever I click on this about button, I want to set active this about menu. So that's why I'm gonna select the about menu game object in the canvas, from the canvas in the hierarchy, select that and drag it right over here, and I want this to be active. To do so, let's click over on a no function and then go to game object and let's choose this bottom one. It says set active and it's gonna take the bool. So we want to set this about menu to be active whenever I click on this about button. So that's why I'm gonna check this about to just set active. And whenever I click on this about button, then I want to deactivate this about menu. So that's why we're gonna hit this plus icon one more time and we're gonna select the main menu. Now let's select that and drag it right there, and I want to deactivate that. So that's why we're gonna click on no function, then game object and then set active, and we're gonna uncheck this. Basically we just deactivating or we just setting that to inactive. So now if we just click on this play button and try to click on this about button, we should able to see this about menu just gonna be active, and then this main menu just gonna be deactive right away because we have done over here, as you can see. So if I just click on this about button, as you can see, as soon as we just clicked on, we can see about menu just get active. But the problem is that if we just click on this back button just doing nothing currently. So we need to hook this back button as well. So let's get out of play mode. Now we will go to about menu and let's click right over here in the hierarchy, basically underneath our canvas. Then let's select the back button over here. Let's go to inspector, scroll down. So whenever we click on this back button, then we want this menu, main menu, to be active and then about menu to be inactive. So to do so, let's hit this plus icon two more times, and firstly I'm gonna select this about menu and let's drag it over here. So whenever we click that back button, we want this about menu to be deactive. So I'm gonna choose no function to game object, then set active, and I'm gonna uncheck that. Why? Because we just want to deactive the about menu. And whenever we click the back button, we want this main menu to be active. So that's why as a second condition we're gonna choose this main menu game object and let's drag right over here, and I want to active this. So that's why we're gonna to click on no function, then game object and then set active, and we're gonna check this box. Basically we want to active this main menu, so that's why we just set that, basically check that box. That is the thing. So now if we just click on this play button in the top, we should hope that it's gonna work fine. So whenever we click on this about button, we just activating that about menu. So if I just click on this about button, as you can see, as soon as we just clicked on, we can see about menu just gets active. And now if I just click on this back button, this about menu should be deactive and that main menu just gonna be active right away. So let's have a look. So if I just click on this back button, as you can see, as soon as we just click, that about main menu just gets active and the about menu just gets deactivated. And one thing we have left to do is that if we just click on this exit button, we need to exit our game. So let's hook this exit button with a function. So let's get out of play mode and let's open up the scene management script one more time. So let's go to scene management game object and let's open up the scene management script by double clicking on it. And let's create a quit function for or exit function for that exit button. So we're gonna do it somewhere around here. So let's make a public void for function and we can call this exit and make first bracket, sorry, we will call this exit. And let's remove these parameters. So this is our exit function. So what we want to do in exit function, we want to exit our game. But in Unity editor, it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna exit out your game. But once you made the application totally and then click on that exit button, then it's gonna exit your game. So if it's working or not, we're gonna print out a message. But before it, in order to exit the application, we need to use this application.quit function. So make sure you just use this application.quit, make first bracket and then close that up with semicolon. So as I said that in Unity editor, it's not gonna exit your game. But once you made the application and then you just click on exit, then it's gonna exit your game. So if it's basically working or not, we're gonna check. So we just want to print out a message whenever we click on this exit button. So let's go to script and so we will type debug.log for printing out message and let's say something like in first bracket in quotation exit and then close that up with semicolon, control S to save your code. And now let's move over to Unity. So we need to hook this exit button with our exit function, and we do know what exit function is doing. It's just exiting or quitting our application, and we do know it's not gonna happen in Unity editor, but the message should be pop up in the console right away, says exit. So let's go to canvas, let's select the exit button and let's hook this exit button with our exit function. To do so, let's go over to inspector, scroll down and let's hit this plus icon. So we need to drag the game object in which game object the script is sitting on. So in our case, this scene management game object, so let's select that and drag it right there, and it says no function, so click on that and let's go to scene management script or class and we can see the exit function. So let's choose it. And now we're gonna select the console right over here and hit this play button in the top, and we should hope it's gonna work fine. So whenever we click on this exit button, we should hope that message just gonna pop up says exit, and that's it. So as you can see, whenever we click on this exit button, the message just getting pop up says exit. And once you made the application totally and then click on this exit function, it's gonna quit your application right away. And if we just click on about button, we can see about menu. If we just click on this back button, we can see we just going over to our main menu. And if we click on this play button, we can see we playing our game. I hope you get the idea that how scenes work in Unity. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. I hope you get the idea that how you can hook a function with some with this button and make some function for this button, and how you can make the main menu and about menu and all of these things, basically UI things. Let's go to level scene. To do so, let's head over to scenes folder and let's double click on this level to go there. And what I have done, if we select the canvas and if to focus on it, I just added a score text right over here, as you can see. So you can do the same thing as we have done for this diamond text, but for this one you can choose the top right corner. So as you can see, I have done. So we're gonna make the score. So player will know that how much score they made so far. To do so, let's create a script for that. So we will go to project tab, assets, and then let's head over to a script folder and right click there, create, and create a C# script and name it to something like score manager. I already have it over here, and I just attach this script to my this basically this score text game object. What you can do, you can attach this script to any game object of your hierarchy, or you can create a separate game object as well for this one. So I'm not gonna do that, I already attached, as you can see. So basically select the script and drag it over to add component section, and after doing that, double click that script to open it up in Visual Studio. So what we will do, we want to create a variable, and that variable just gonna keep increasing. Basically we gonna create a float parameter, and we will keep increasing that amount until and unless this player game object dies. So if the player game object dies, then we just want to stop increasing our score. But if the player game object is alive, then we just want to keep increasing that score. So let's do that. To do so, let's go to script and let's create a variable top of our class. It doesn't need to be public, instead we can make it private. So we're gonna make it private, and that will be float, and we can call this one to something like current score. So let's call it current score, and by default I'm gonna set it to 0, because in the start of the game, by default the current score just gonna be 0. So that's why in the start of the game. And what we will do, we will move over to this update function. We do know that update function runs every single time. So what we want to do, we want to increase this current score every single time with some amount. But whenever the player game object dies, then we will stop doing that. And we do know, we just doing in our game manager script, we do know once the player is totally dies, then we just setting is game active to be false. So we just want to increase our current score if the game is not over, means the player game object is alive. So we will check over here if game manager, so we will game manager then instant, and we will check is game active. If this parameter is not equal to false, means the game is active, then we're gonna make some curly brackets, then in that moment we're gonna increase by some unit. As you can see, if game manager dot instant, then is game active is not equal to false, means the game is active, means player game object is still alive. So that's why we just want to increase this current score. So what we will do, so we will add current score, and top of that we're gonna add some units, something like one f, and then close that off with semicolon. Make sure you just put f at the end, basically means represent float. So we're gonna put f right over here as well. And to make this number constant every single frame, we need to multiply this with our time dot delta time. So we're gonna multiply with something like time dot delta time, or what else you can do, you can make a parameter for this one f, some amount of score if you want to have, but I'm gonna go with this. So current score, we just keep increasing until and unless the game is over. If the game is not over, then what we doing, we just increasing the current score by this amount, as you can see. So now Control S to save our script, and let's move over to Unity. So we should hope that basically that current score just gonna keep increasing by that amount, but we're not gonna able to see that. Why? Because we made that field private instead of public. But in order to see a private field, what we need to do, so as you can see, if we scroll down underneath our score manager script, we cannot able to see our current score parameter, because that is a private field. But still we want to able to see that. In order to see that, we need to go over to inspector. In the top right you can see three dots, so just click there and select debug mode. And now if we scroll down, as you can see current score, and by default it's set to 0, as you can see. So now if I just hit this play button in the top and see this, you will able to see this current score will just gonna keep increasing by that amount. And if we scroll down, as you can see, indeed it's just increasing. It's became 2, then 3, then 5, and it just stops right there, as you can see. I hope you get the idea. So whenever the player game object dies, this current score just stops increasing, as you can see. I hope you get the idea. And what we basically have to do, we need to show this current score in the UI so player can see how much score they made so far. So let's get out of play mode and let's go back to normal mode. In order to do so, let's go over to basically inspector. In the top right, just click on three dots one more time and select right over here normal. And now we're gonna open up the script, but before that we need a reference of this score text, basically this text, and we can change the value right over here. So we need a reference of this text, so then we can link up with our current score. So let's go to script now, and let's go to top of our class, and let's make a serialized field, private, sorry, a serialized field, private, and we looking for is this text component. So this text component right over here is a UI element, so that's why in our script we need to include this namespace. It's called using unity engine dot UI. So make sure whenever you're working with UI, you include this namespace. It's called using unity engine dot UI. So we're gonna set text, text, the component we're looking for is a text type component, and we have to name it. So we're gonna call it something like current score, score text, and then close that up with semicolon, and control us to save your code. Now let's move over to Unity. So underneath our score manager script, and a field just gonna pop up says current score text. So what we have to do basically right there, we need to drag this text right there. So we're gonna have the reference of this text, then we can link it up with our current score. So now if I select the score text game object in the hierarchy and then move over to inspector, scroll down, we still not able to see, so we have done a little mistake. Basically, let's I'm gonna remove this comment. Let's remove this and control S one more time. Basically change a little bit, something like you can play around with these lines, and I'm gonna put this one right over here. Let's make space, control S to save your script, and now let's move over to Unity. So now we should able to see, basically it's gonna work at once. You doesn't need to do that basically. So underneath our, we should see a field appear just gonna say current score text. Now if we scroll down, as you can see current score text, and it says none, basically none text, empty. It's basically means empty. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna select this text. So let's select that and let's drag it right there. Now we have the score text, as you can see, basically this text. Now we can just link it up with our current score. So let's go to script, and we will move over here, and let's set, so we will go to current score text, then let's access the text, and we're gonna, sorry, current score text dot text, and we will set equal to current score, and then close that up with semicolon. And we do know that this is a integer value and this one is a string value, so we need to convert this integer value to a string. In order to convert that, we just have to use this to string and make first brackets. So what basically we doing, we just going over to current score text dot text. Basically we just going over to this score text game object and then accessing this text, and we setting this text equal to our current score. So current score for the first time is 0, as you can see. So this one right over here is 0, so that's why the current score text dot text right over here gonna be 0 in the start of the game. But once the its current score gets keep increasing, something like, let's suppose this current score became 5, so this one right over here 5, so that's why this current score text dot text right over here, basically this one just gonna be 5 right away. To see that, let's press down control S to save your code, and let's go to Unity and let's have a look on this. So we should able to see that that current score dot text just gonna change with our current score. So let's have a look. To see that, let's hit this play button in the top and let's take a look on this. As you can see, indeed the current score just becoming like it just keep increasing, but the problem is that this is in decimal places and we just want to have the whole numbers. To do so, let's get out of play mode and let's go to script. And over here what we will do, to string over here in quotation you can put 0. Now it's gonna give you whole numbers like 1 2 3 4. It's not gonna give you in decimals right now. So let's press down Control S one more time to save our script and let's head over to Unity. So now we should able to see our score just gonna be in whole numbers like 0 1 2 3 4. And if you want to, if you make a variable for this 1f, it's would be nice if you do that, but I'm gonna leave it. Let's clear this console, let's hit this play button in the top by now, and we should hope it's gonna give us a whole numbers, in whole numbers only. Let's have a look on this. And we can see 1 2 3 and 4 5, and it stops right there because the player game object dies, and that's why the right over here the is current score just gets stops increasing. That is the thing. So let's get out of play mode, and it kind of seems little bit slow. So what we can do, we can put over here instead of 1 we can put a bigger number, something like 10. So let's put 10 and Control S to save our script, and let's head over to Unity one more time. It's gonna, now the current score just gonna keep increasing a little more fast, but until and unless the player game object is alive, and whenever the player game object dies, at that moment this gonna the score will stop increasing. So let's hit this play button one more time in the top and have a look. Let's have a look. So now it should work. As you can see, the score is increasing fine by now, and it just gets stops when the player game objects dies. I hope you get the idea by now. And what we have to do basically right now, we need to show this high score. Basically whatever we made, we need to show in game over UI. Over here we need to show that up, and whenever the player game object makes a high score, then we're gonna make that one as a new high score. So we just want to set, if it's a bigger number, then we're gonna set that number to a new high score. So we also need to show this score something over here, so player can see how much they score it, basically the high score they can remember. And if they make it a little bit bigger number, then we want to set that number as a new high score if it's bigger. So let's get out of play mode and let's go to our game over UI, where we just setting that game over UI. So let's head over to project tab, then prefabs, UI prefabs, and let's open up the game over UI by double clicking on it. As you can see, by default we just set active, so we're gonna go over to inspector and check this box to see that. And now we're gonna add a text says something like high score, so I'm gonna select this game over text. So let's select that. I'm gonna select that, I'm gonna collapse it to click over here to collapse at once, and let's select this game over. I'm gonna make it a little bit small, something like 100 this font, and let's move it somewhere around here. I guess this is pretty fine. And let's control D to copy this. So I'm gonna press the select the game over text first, and then control D to duplicate, and I'm gonna move it somewhere around here, and this will be our high score. So instead of saying game over text, I'm gonna say something like high score text, high score text. And let's change the text inside of this. Instead of saying game over, we're gonna set it to something like 0. So let's select this and set it to 0. Now this is fine. So this is will be our high score, and we can do that. Basically what we can do, we can say Let's do it. So I'm gonna make it somewhere around here, and let's select this text one more time, Control D to duplicate, and I'm gonna move this one over here, and this one says something like high score. So let's call it, instead of this will be high score, this will be high score text, basically high score text. And let's change the text inside of this text component. Let's say something like high score, high score, and let's make it somewhere like this, and let's decrease this font size. So I'm gonna make it somewhere around 70. 70 seems pretty low number. Let's move it around something like 85, and 85 seems pretty good number. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select this high score text. Let's go over to alignment, and we're gonna select this one for, and let's move it somewhere around here, and this is pretty good. And let's select this one, and this one just gonna be our high score. So that's why instead of saying high score text, we're gonna say high score, high score. And I hope you get the idea. And for this one, we will go to text component, and alignment 2, we're gonna choose this one, so it's gonna populate from this side. So that's why we just chosen alignment this left one. I hope you get the idea. So I'm gonna move it somewhere around here, and we can go to high score text, and let's put a column over here to make it even more cool. Let's select this, and I hope you get the idea. And let's make the font size small as the size of this high score text. So let's select this, and we can see 85, so we can just select this one. Let's put 85 over here as well, and this is pretty fine. I hope you get the idea of this, how you can just set. I'm going to select the high score text. Let's move it over here. Let's select this, just play around with this number, and you're gonna get a perfect number. And I hope you get the idea by now. And once you're done, let's go back. So let's click right over here in hierarchy to go back, and by default we want this to be deactivate. So let's select this game over, and let's go to inspector and just uncheck to just deactivate. I hope you get the idea that how you can just set for a high score, and how you can make the score current score. And once the player game object dies, and then you have to stop increasing this current score to keep increasing. Now what we have to do, we need to set the high score. If we select the game over game object in the hierarchy underneath our canvas, then go over to inspector, check this one. So we need to set this high score. So we're gonna use a simple format to save our score, which is player preps. So we're gonna use that. To do so, let's open up the score manager script. So let's select the score text game object in the hierarchy. Basically, select the game object in which game object you just attach the script, and then go over to inspector, scroll down, and double click that script to open it up in Visual Studio. So we will go to this start function, and we do know that start function get call in the start of the game, and we also need a reference of this high score text. So if we just go over to this game over, then panel, and then select this high score. So if we select this high score, and sorry, this high score, so we need a reference of this high score, then we can set up. So we need basically, if we select the high score, then go over to inspector, scroll down to text component, we can see that. So we need a reference of this text component of this high score. So let's go to our script, and let's go to top of our class, and let's make another field. So let's make a serialized field, private, private, sorry, we done a little mistakes, private, and the we component looking for is a text, and we can call this one to something like high score text. So let's call it high score text, high score text, and then close that up with semicolon, and control S to save your script. And let's go to Unity now. We need to drag the reference right there, so that's why. So we will select our score manager script, and then we're going to drag this high score, text, or basically this one reference right there. So we're gonna have the reference, then we can set the high score that we need to set up. So just wait for to compile, and once it's done we will able to see. So now if we go to our score text game object, then score manager script, we can see high score text and it says none. Now we're gonna select this high score, basically this one. So let's select that and drag it right over here. Now if we select the high score, we can we have the reference of this text component by now, and right now we can set that up. To set that up, let's go to script and we will use this start function. And we do know that start function get called when the game start, and it just call one time. So in order to firstly, we're not gonna have any score. So so that's why we need to use this player preps dot get get so we have to use this get float, because we want to save it in float format, and we need to save it in a string, in a key basically. So in quotation you can type the key in which key you just want to save the high score. So I'm going to type something like high score, all in capitalized letter. So I'm going to say high score, and then you can set the default value. So we're using this player preps to get float function to just get the default value. But basically we using that, we do know that whenever the player game object open up the game for the first time, it's going player gonna have 0 score. So that's why we just want to set that default score. So we're gonna set it to 0f, and now close that up with semicolon, and we will set up this and we're gonna store this high score, basically this default high score. Whenever the game start, a player gonna have 0 score, so that's why by default we just given 0f. And now we're gonna save this score into this, basically we just need to update this score into this high score text. Basically if we move over to Unity, so we need to switch this up. So let's go to our script, and we will set high score text dot text, and equal to, we will set this. And this is over here, we know this is a float value, as you can see. So we need to convert into a string value. So what we have to do, and I almost forgot that this one is also a float value, and we need to convert that to a string value. So as you can see, sorry, I just apologize for that. This one was a float value, and we need to convert into a string value. And this one right over here is also a float value, it is 0f. So we need to convert to a string, because this one right over here is a string. So in order to convert that to a string, we just have to use this to string, and then make first bracket, and make sure you put in quotation 0, or else you gonna get some decimal numbers or weird numbers. So that's why this, basically you're gonna get some numbers with decimal places. So that's why you need to put in quotation 0, so you will get like whole numbers 0 1 2 3 4. So basically what we're doing, we just going over to this high score, and we accessing this text, and we're setting this text equal to, basically this one, we're setting that equal to this player preps dot get float, and we just setting a default value which is 0. So this right over here gonna be 0f. So that's why this high score text dot text right over here will be 0f, because whenever the player game object open up the game for the first time, player should have 0 score. So that is the thing. I hope you get the idea. Now we have to set the value. Now we need to set the value, so we're gonna do it somewhere around here, or you can just do it, let's do it inside over here, inside if the game as is active, or we can do it over here as well. So let's do it. So what we're gonna do, firstly we need to check if the score is greater than the previous score. So let's suppose player makes something like 1 score, and when the player open up the game for the first time, it's gonna have 0 score. So if the player game object if the player makes new score something like 1 or 2, then we want to set that number as a new high score. So firstly we need to check if the score is greater than the previous score. We will check. So over here we will check if current score is greater than, So firstly we will get the previous score. In order to get the previous score, we do know, so this one will give us a previous score. To get the previous score, we need to use this player preps dot get to get the value, get float, and we storing the score into this high score key. So we need to pass the key which is high score, and we will make some first bracket and then some curly brackets. So if the we checking if the score is greater than the score, by default it says you can pass as a comma something like 0f, so 0f or the previous score basically. So if the current score is greater than previous score, if that is the case, then we want to set this current score as a new high score. Now we need to set this current score as a new high score. So let's suppose this player preps dot get float in the start of the game just gonna have 0f, and then this current score something like 2. So now this current score should be set to as a new high score because this current score is greater than the previous score. So that's why. And to set the this current score as a new high score, in order to set that, we need to use this player preps dot set float. And in order to basically in order to save this current score as a new high score, we need to use this player preps dot set float, and you have to save the score into the key you pass. So in our case, we need to set the high score in this key which is high score, as you can see. So in quotation you need to pass the key which is high score. So we're gonna pass high score. So make sure you just spelling it correct, else it will not gonna be safe, or it's gonna be weird. So that is the thing. And this score we want to set is our this current score. Basically the current score is greater than, so that's why we just want to set this current score, basically this current score into this high score key. And make sure you just close that off with some colon. And we also need to update this high score in our text. So we also need to set this text equal to this high score. So what we will do, we will go to that high score text, and dot text we're gonna access, and we will set equal to this current score. And we do know that this current score is a float parameter, so we need to convert into a string. So in order to convert, we're gonna use this dot to string and make first bracket, and make sure you pass in quotation 0, so you're gonna get whole numbers, else you will get in decimal with decimal places, and we don't want that. So that's why we put in quotation 0, and make sure you just close that out with semicolon as well. So firstly what we're doing, we're checking if the current score is greater than previous score. As you can see, we're using this get float to get the previous score. And if the current, then what we're doing, we're just setting this current score as a new high score, as you can see. And in order to set, we need to use this player preps dot set float, and this function over here as a first argument, it's gonna take the key in which key you want to save the data. So we want to save the data in this high score, and the data we want to save is our current score. So let's suppose this current score something like 5, and this so if the player game object open up the game for the first time, it's gonna have 0. And we do know that current score we assume it 5, so 5 is greater than 0. So that's why we just want to save this current score as a new high score. So we just saving the high score which is 5 into this high score. Now our, and then what we're doing, we're just showing up in the text. So basically we just going over to this high score. So if we select the high score, we just accessing this text, and we setting this text equal to this as a new high score, as you can see current score. And current score we assume it as 5, so this just gonna be 5. So that's why this high score text dot text right over here, it's gonna be 5 right away. So we just assume it can be any random number. So make sure you just press down Ctrl S to save your script, and once it's done, let's go to Unity and have a look on this. And by default this game over panel should be deactivated. I hope you get the idea that how you can use pair preps to save single piece of data. And now let's select this game over game over UI in the underneath our canvas. Let's go to inspector, uncheck this, and now if we hit this play button in the top and make some score, basically current score something like 1 2 3 4, it's gonna be saved as a new high score. So let's have a look. So now if the player game object dies, so we making score, and when the player game object dies, we can see we made 51 score, and as you can see, indeed the 51 gets saved as a new high score, as you can see, and it's update in the UI as well. High score we can see 51. But let's suppose if we make a bigger score, a bigger number, something like a 65 or 75, it should be saved as a new high score. To see that, let's click on retry, and let's kill this enemy, and let's make a bigger number, basically a more previously we had something like 51. So if I just hit this pause button in the top, now we made 10 score. If we go to hierarchy, then level, if I just click and set the player health something like 0, the game is should be over now, and this 109 should be saved as a new high score. So let's see that. So I'm gonna get hit this pause button to play the game. As you can see, indeed this 109 saved as a new high score over here, as you can see. I hope you get the idea that how you can set a bigger number to a new high score by using basically player preps to save single piece of data. I hope you get the idea, and we can play our game, and we also can go back to our menu. If we just click and go ahead and click on this menu, we can go back to menu UI, as you can see, and if we just click on this play button, we can play our game. I hope you get the idea. And if we make a smaller number, as you can see now, 51 not saving as a new high score, because this 51 is not greater than the score that we have previously, as you can see, which is 109. So that's why this 51 not saved as a new high score. If the number is something like we made current score something like 150, that number is bigger than this 109. So that's why that number just gonna saved as a new high score. Basically that is the thing. I hope you get the idea of this. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. When our player game object falls down somewhere around here, at this position, we just want to destroy our player game object. So we can just map it first. So basically select the player game object in the hierarchy, and then let's select this poop tool from here, and let's check the position. So somewhere around here, as you can see, so -3, I guess -3 in the y. So if the position of our player game object -3 in the y, then as you can see, it's gonna fall down. So we need to destroy our player game object. So what we will do, we will go to our player script. So let's open up the player script by double clicking on it, and let's double click that to open it up in Visual Studio. And let's go to update function, and we're gonna do it somewhere around here. So let's do in our inside update function, and we're gonna check if we will go to transform dot position dot y, and we will check if it's lesser than or equal to something like -3f. If that is the case, so make some curly brackets. So what we will do, we will call the die function, and we do know die function just doing the rest thing, which is as you can see, firstly it's setting that game over UI, shaking our camera, showing explosion effect, and then setting the game is active to false, and then destroying itself. So basically die function just doing the rest thing that we basically need to do. So let's call the die function over here. So die, and then make first bracket, and then close that up with semicolon, control S to save your code. And now let's move over to Unity, so we should hope that it's gonna work fine. Just wait for to compile, and once it's done, it's gonna work out okay. And we also need to do one more thing, is that once the player game object outside the camera, then we also need to destroy. But before it, let's have a look on this. So if we hit this play button in the top and just fall down to basically in the water, in the not water, in the empty space. We're gonna make the jump a little bit, the gravity a little bit longer or strong. We're gonna make it strong, our gravity, and we should hope we not falling down, because if we hit this pause, basically play button, we're gonna adjust the collider a little bit inside of this player game object. So let's go to box collider, 2D, and let's click on edit collider. Let's edit the collider something like this much and this much to make it a little bit thick so we can fall down. And now we should hope that, let's hit this play button one more time, and we need to make our gravity a little bit high number, a strong, little bit strong, so it will fall down twice faster. And as usual should, let's do it. So our player's speed seems little more slow. We're gonna make it higher, so let's see that. So we can not falling down. To do that, let's go to project tab, and let's drag the next point a little bit farther away. So let's open up one by one those ground prefabs. To do so, let's go to project tab, assets, and then prefabs, ground prefabs. Let's open up one by one by double clicking on it and select the next point. And let's select the next point, select this move tool from here, and let's move it a little bit farther away. And we're gonna do with this with all of those. So let's open up this one, let's select the next point, let's drag it over here, let's select this one as well, let's select the next point, and let's move it somewhere around here. Just do with all of those, and that's gonna be fine. We're gonna move it somewhere around here, and let's select the next point as well for this one, and I guess it's pretty fine now. Let's do, and it's okay. So let's have a look right now. Let's hit this play button in the top and see what's happening. First of all, we need to kill this enemy, so we will kill it by double shooting on this enemy game object. As you can see, it dies, and we can jump. Right now we should fall down over here, because the gap between this ground is too much. If it's not, then we, as you can see, indeed player game object dies whenever its player position in the y-axis becomes -3 or -3 or lesser than -3. So if we get out of play mode, what we're doing basically, let me explain one more time. So let's go over to script. So if transform dot position dot y, basically we just going over to this player, then accessing this transform, then going over to position, then accessing the y, and we checking if the y position of this player game object becomes in the something like in the y -3, then what we doing, we just calling the tie function, and tie function just doing the rest thing. And we also need to do one thing, is that whenever something like player is outside of the camera, if I just hit this play button in the top and take my player game object outside of this camera, you should take a look. Basically we need to destroy our player game object as well. So I'm gonna kill this enemy, and what we will do, let's hit this pause button in the top, and let's select the player game object in the hierarchy, and let's drag it outside of the camera. So if the player game object right over here, as you can see, we cannot able to see in our game view our player game object. So in that moment we need to destroy our player game object, but before it we need to check the position between our main camera and this player game object. So let's get out of play mode, and let's go to script, and we will do it over here something like this, update function, inside update function, and we're gonna debug dot log, and we will use this vector 2, dot distance. We just want to print out the distance between them, our player position and the camera position. So we will type transform dot position, basically means current position of our player game object, and the second position we're gonna check for our main camera. So we need a reference of our main camera. Do we have? So if I type camera dot main dot transform dot position, so if the distance between them, or we can just do this vector to do dot distance. So vector 2 dot distance right over here, it's gonna compare the distance between them, or it's gonna check the distance between them. So transform dot position right over here is basically current position of our player game object, and camera dot main dot transform dot position, basically we just moving over to this stuff. If we go to camera parent, then we just moving over to this main camera transform, then position, and accessing it. So if the distance between them, basically we checking the distance between them, as you can see vector 2 dot distance, vector 2 dot distance right over here. Basically this function just print out the distance between them, and we just debug.log, so the distance between them will be print out in the console every single time. So let's have a look of that. So Control S is to save your script, and then move over to Unity and select the console in the bottom, and then hit this play button in the top. We need to take a look at the distance between them. I hope it's gonna print out. So let's do that. Let's hit this play button in the top and have a look on this. So if the distance between them is something bigger, so let's see. So we can see the distance between them is 5. And now if I just hit this pause button in the top, and then take my player game object, select the player game object in the hierarchy and move tool, and let's move it somewhere around here. And now if I just hit this pause button to replay the game, and we can see the distance between them, our main camera and our player game object is 9. As you can see, if I just hit this pause button in the top, you can see 9 messages getting print out in the console. So what we basically have to do, so if the distance between our player and the main camera is 9, that as you can see, if the distance between is, sorry, if the player game object outside of this camera, so we can see the distance between our player game object and this main camera becomes 9. Means we need to destroy this player game object whenever the distance between our player and this main camera is greater than or equal to this amount, which is 9. As you can see, 9.9 in the console just gets pop up. So we need to destroy our player game object. Why? Because the player game object gonna be outside of our main camera. As you can see, we're not able to see our player game object because the distance because the camera is sorry, player game object is outside of the camera, and we can check the distance that which is 9.9. So let's get out of play mode, and we will go to our script, and over here, so instead of printing out message, we're gonna check right over here. So if vector2 dot distance, so firstly we will put our own position, which means transform dot position, comma, it's basically means current position of our player game object, and second position we're gonna pass our camera dot main. So let's go to camera dot main dot transform dot position. So if the distance between our current position of our player game object and main camera position, if the distance between them, if it's greater than or equal to, so we just seen the distance between, which is 9.9, as you can see in the console. So if the distance between them is greater than or equal to something like 9.9a, if that is the case, so make some curly brackets. And what we will do in this situation, we're gonna destroy our player game object. So let's remove this line of code which is just printing out message in the console, and let's go inside these curly brackets, and let's call the die function over here. and let's close that up with semicolon. So if the distance between our player current position and main camera position, if the distance between them, if it's greater than or equal to 9.9, means the player is outside from the main camera view. Basically, main camera view means we need to destroy our player game object. So that's why we're just calling the tie function, as you can see right over here as well. And then save your script, and now let's have a look on this. So I'm gonna put a rigid a strict body right over here. So I'm gonna go over to hierarchy and gonna create a some kind of obstacle that will register our player to pass through. Basically, it will stop our player game object to moving. To do so, let's go to hierarchy. For checking, you don't need to do that. So let's go to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon, then go to 2D objects, sprites, and let's select any this square. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna add a box collider 2D for to stop our player game object to move. So to do so, let's click on add component, and I'm gonna add a component which is box collider 2D and attach that, and we're gonna stretch in the y axis. To do so, let's go to transform scale, and in the y, let's say something like 2, and let's move it somewhere around here. I think it's fine now, and let's hit this play button. So whenever this player game object is outside from our camera view, it's gonna destroy. Basically, we're just calling the die function, and we do know what we're doing inside die function. So let's destroy this enemy game object first. And this obstacle right over here square, it's gonna stop our player game object to pass through. So we should able to see the player game object gonna stops right over here. And as you can see, whenever the distance between our main camera and the player game objects becomes greater than or equal to 9.9, as you seen, it just destroying itself. I hope you get the idea that what we basically have done. So let's get out of play mode, and I'm gonna destroy this square. I don't need it at all. So we basically it's working fine. I hope you get the idea of that. And for now, I'm gonna select this enemy game object from the hierarchy. So let's go to hierarchy staffs, and let's select this enemy, and I want to destroy this enemy for now. Not destroy, basically want to delete that from the game view or in the same view, scene view. And what we will do, we will create some traps to make our game a little more cool. To do so, let's go to project tab, then assets, and then sprites folder and traps folder. Of course, I will give a link as well of this one in the description. You can go and check that out. So we have fire, some spike, falling objects. So let's select, I'm going to select this shuriken. It seems pretty fine, so let's select that one. Go over to inspector, click on sprite editor, and what we will do, I think it's already sliced it individually. If it's not, basically select the sprite sheet and do the same thing as we have done with our player game object sprite sheet or all of this. Basically do the same thing. So I hope you get the idea what I'm just telling you. I'm just giving you the hint. And now let's select the first sprite of this shuriken. Let's drag it somewhere around here, and let's call this shuriken or trap one. It's totally up to you, whatever you want to call it. So I'm gonna call it shuriken. And let's add some component to this game object. First thing, I'm gonna add a rigid body 2D, and I will set the gravity scale to 0, so it's not gonna fall down due to our gravity. So let's click on add component right over here and find rigid body 2D by typing and attach that. And let's click on rigid body 2D to expand, and gravity scale to, you can set it to 0, or else what we're gonna do, we're gonna go over to body type, and I will set to kinematic, so it's not gonna fall down to gravity. And now collision detection to choose continuous, and interpolate to choose interpolate to smooth a little bit, or you can just leave this. and make sure you just select collision detection to continuous. And let's add one more component to this shuriken, which will be a something like a collider 2D for collision detection. So let's click on add component and find by typing circle collider 2D and attach that. You can add up a polygon collider as well by typing polygon collider and attach that, but I'm gonna add a circle collider 2D. And let's go to edit collider, click on edit collider, and let's make the radius something like 0.7 I guess would be the perfect number, and it's nice. And once you are done, make sure you just go to inspector, then says tag, just click there and click on add tag and hit this plus icon and name the tag what you want to name it. So I'm gonna call something like trap and then click on save. And then again select that shuriken game object, go over to inspector and tag it says untag, so just click there and let's assign that to trap. Now I assigned this trap as a trap tag or this shuriken as a trap tag. So whenever this player game object collide with this then this player game object need to destroy right away. But before we destroy, we're gonna make the animation. To do so, let's go to assets one more time, then the traps folder, and we will select all of the individual sprite of this shuriken by holding down shift, all of them, and drag it over top of this shuriken game object. So make sure you just do that. And let's go to assets, then animation. Let's open up the let's create a subfolder for this traps animation. So let's right click new folder, and let's call this folder to something like traps animation. So let's call it traps space animation, and let's open that up quickly, subfolder, by double clicking on it, and we have to name the animation what we want to name it. So let's call it shuriken. Let's call this one, sorry, let's call this one shuriken. Sorry, shuriken, and then click on save. And now if we select the shuriken game object in the hierarchy, then go over to animation and hit this play button, we can see animation is playing, which is just rotating our shuriken fastly, basically rotating our shuriken, and it's okay. So once you done, make sure you just make this shuriken as well a prefab, so we will have the copy. So let's go to assets, then prefabs folder, and let's select the shuriken game object in the hierarchy and let's drag it into that prefab folder. Now we turn it into a prefab, this shuriken. And what we have to do basically right now, whenever this player game object collide with this shuriken, that means this player game object need to destroy. To do so, what we will do, we will go to our script, player script, open up the player script, and let's go to on collision enter 2D function. And we do know this, that this function get called when we collide with something. And over here we're gonna check if collision dot game object dot tag, or we can just use this compare tag to make it more cool, sorry, make it our code a little more clean. And we will use this something like trap, sorry, not here, but here we have to do trap and make some curly brackets. And we do know that we assigned this shuriken as a trap tag, as you can see in the inspector. So over here what we're doing, if collision dot game object dot compare tag, and we checking for the tag which is trap, means whatever we collided with, if that game object has have this trap tag, then what we have to do, means we just colliding with the game object and we checking if this game object have a track called a trap. And we do know, as you can see, this shuriken have a trap tag name says trap, as you can see. So means we colliding with this. What we have to do now, we need to destroy our player game object. So we're gonna call the die function over here. So let's call the die function here and then make first bracket, then close that out with semicolon, control S to save your code, and then move over to Unity. So whenever we collide with this shuriken, we should able to see this player game object gonna destroy right away because we colliding with the trap tag. Means whatever we colliding with that game object, if that game object have a trap tag, means we just colliding with our trap and we need to destroy our player game object right away. I'm gonna drag it a little bit down to make if this player game object just can jump through it. So let's hit this play button in the top and have a look. So whenever we collide with this trap tag, it should work. And now if we just collide with this, as you can see, indeed this our player game object just get destroyed right away whenever we just collide with this trap, this shuriken or this trap. And let's get out of play mode and we're gonna create some obstacle to register our player, something like a crates or like that. So let's go to items folder. Let's check we have or not. If not, then we're gonna drag some. So let's have a look over here. Let's go to items folder, not items, style sets, and let's check it over here. We have a wood, and you can create as many traps as you want, like we have done for this. You can create for this one as well. It's totally up to you. So I'm gonna select a crate, something like that, like this wood. Let's select that, go over to inspector, and let's click on sprite editor here, and let's make this crate. So firstly I'm gonna choose pixel per unit to something like 16, and to get rid of blurry we're gonna choose filter mode to point no filter. And after doing that, scroll down and then click on this apply button. And as you can see, as soon as we apply it, it's gone. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna select the game view over here as well. And now let's select this wood and drag it into the scene view. So this is our wood, as you can see. So what we can do, we can duplicate this wood. So let's control D to duplicate, and let's move it somewhere around here, and somewhere around here, and we can duplicate one more time, and we can move it somewhere like this. And let's duplicate one more time and let's move it somewhere around here. So this will be a obstacle, so player can stuck right over here, and main camera just gonna go in the right direction, and whenever the player game object is outside from the main camera view, then player game object gonna destroy automatically. So that's why we just creating this obstacle. So let's select all of them, all of this wood by holding down shift, and let's go over to inspector, click on add component, and we're gonna add a component rigid body 2D, and we will make the mass of this game objects a little bit higher. So player game object just so it's gonna be heavy, so player game object will stack over here. Player game object need to go to the right direction, and in order to pass through this obstacle, its player game object need to jump, or else player will stuck over here forever. And whenever the player game object gets outside from the main camera, it's gonna destroy. So make the mass something like 10, and then collision detection we're gonna choose continuous, and interpolate to interpolate, and freeze the rotation about z axis of this obstacle. And it should collide with this ground or these tiles. Then we're gonna add a basically collider variable, collider 2D component. So let's click on add component, and let's add collider something like polygon collider 2D, or let's add a box collider 2D to this individual grids, individual woods. So let's select the first one. So we can select the duplicate one, select that and delete, and let's select this wood one, and let's click on click on this box collider, then edit collider, and let's edit the collider as the size of our this wood game object. And we can select this move tool from here, and we can move it a little bit up. And if we hit this play button by now in the top, we should hope that our player game object just gonna stuck right over here, because this mass of this game object, or basically this wood, is little bit heavy, so that's why. So let's select the shuriken game object for now. From the scene view or in the hierarchy, let's select that and delete it for now. And let's select the leave it the wood. Let's hit this play button one more time to just have a look on this, and you can create as many you want. So let's take a look, and now we should able to see it's gonna stuck right there. As you can see, why? Because the wood is heavy, and whenever the player game objects gets outside of this main camera view, it just gets destroyed itself. So let's get out of play mode. I hope you get the idea. And what we can do, we can duplicate this wood by Control D, and let's move it up, and make sure you just make the duplicate one parent of to the first one. So we're gonna select the duplicate one in the hierarchy and drag it on top of this the first one. And now if we try to move the first one, as you can see, the duplicate one just moving with it. Why? Because the duplicate one is a child of the first one, so that is the reason. And we're gonna duplicate one more time. So let's select the child one, not the parent one. Select the child and Control D to duplicate, and let's move it somewhere around here, here, and let's duplicate one more time, and let's move it over here to create a crate type look. And you can just do this. I hope you get the idea, and make sure you just make this wood as well a prefab, so you're gonna have the copy. So let's go to project tab, then assets, and then prefabs folder we will go, and let's select the wood game object in the hierarchy and drag it into that prefab folder. And we're gonna have multiple types of wood. So what we will do, we will select the wood game object from that prefab folder, and let's duplicate from there. Not select don't do it in the wood. Basically select the wood and Control D to duplicate, and then once ever you go overrides and then click on apply all, the changes will be made into the duplicate one as well. And we want to have multiple types of wood, so that's why we're gonna go over to that wood game object prefab. From that prefab folder, we're gonna select that and Control D to duplicate. And now in this wood, what we want to have, if we just double click that, what we want to do, we just want to delete this one and this one, so it's gonna be a single line. So I'm gonna delete this one, and let's select this one, let's delete. So it's a little bit different, so we can call this one, let's right click on it and click on rename, and we can call this one wood 2, wood 2. And what you can do, and we can select the wood2 game object from that prefab folder, and we can drag it over here. As you can see, I hope you get the idea that what we're doing right over here. And if we select this enemy game object by double clicking on it, you can create as many enemy game object as you want. So make sure you just add line renderer component enemy script. Basically we're gonna I'm gonna create multiple types of enemy, basically with different color. Will If we go to a project tab, then assets, and then sprites, then if I move over to player, over here I have green type, green type, yellow type, red type, blue type, black type. So I want to have multiple colors of this enemy game object. So just do the same thing as we have done for this enemy game object, and we're gonna do the same thing for this. Basically we will add, if we select this enemy game object in the hierarchy, we're gonna add this box collider 2D, this rigid body animator, line runner, and this enemy script. So you can just do it with the same thing as we have done for this enemy game object, so you can just do the thing. I hope you get the idea that what I'm just talking about. So let's go to scene view by clicking over here. Right now we need to add audio to our game. Basically whenever we shoot, we want to play the shooting sound, and when we jump, we want to play the jump sound. And I have all of the sounds. If I move to project tab, assets, and audio folder, I have it all of them. Of course, I will give a link as well of all of these audio and sound effects. You can go and check that out. So if I select any of them, something like this one, and then go over to inspector, and the bottom we can see a play button. So if we just click on this play button, we can hear the music right away. So we want to play the music, and in order to play the music in the game or a specific sound effect, make sure you just go to your camera, main camera. So in order to go, let's go to stops right over here. I'm gonna move over to stops, then camera parent, and then I have the main camera. Basically select the main camera and then go over to inspector and make sure the audio listener component is added to your this main camera, or else the sounds not gonna play. Basically this audio listener component work as a mic, and then it plays our music, and then we can hear the music or the effects from the game. So that's why this audio listener component is always attached to this main camera. If it's not, you can just click on add component and find the component by typing name of the component, which is audio listener, and attach that. So I have it already, so I'm not gonna do that. And let's create a audio manager game object, and we're gonna do in that game object. So let's go to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon. Let's create an empty game object, and I'm gonna call this game object to something like manager audio manager. And then let's go to inspector transform, right click and reset the transform, and I'm gonna drag it top of my hierarchy so I can see all the time this game object. And to play a audio, we need audio source component. So we're going to select the audio manager game object in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, click on add component, and find the component by typing name of audio source. And this component right over here, firstly it's gonna take the clip you want to play. So let's suppose I want to play this music. So I'm gonna select the audio clip, basically the music clip. Let's select that and drag it right over here, says audio clip. And we can play around with this value that, as you can see, play on awake, and by default it's take. If you it takes, basically if we hit this play button in the top, right away you will able to hear the music. Why? Because this play on awake is checked. And also we can play around with the loop time of this music. Basically we, if you want to loop, you can just check this box. So as you can see right away, whenever the game starts, so I'm gonna get out of play mode, you able to hear the music. And if you want to loop that sound effects or that music, so what we have to basically need to do, we need to go over to this loop and we can check this box. So the music just gonna loop right away, and it's gonna never end. And we can always also play around with this volume, this pitch, and this spatial blind. If I just take this spatial blind to 3D, the sounds now right now it's gonna work in 3D. Basically if you just select the audio manager game object and then select this move tool, if I just drag this audio manager game object or this audio source component far from this main camera, you will able to hear the music down. The volume just gonna be down. So if I just hit this play button in the top and try to drag it away from this main camera, you will able to hear the music volume will go down. And once we just drag it this audio manager game object closer to our main camera, we can hear the music a little bit fast. Basically the sounds gonna work as a 3D. So we're gonna get out of play mode, but this is a 2D game, so that's why I'm gonna leave it special blind to 2D. And you can just play around with this value. And some sound we don't want to play right away when the game starts, like when we click the left mouse button we're shooting, and we don't want the shooting sound to play when the game starts. So what we will do, we will attach more components. So let's click so this I'm gonna leave for audio source, sorry, for this music. Let's click on add component and let's add up on one more audio source component for other sound. So let's add that up, and we need to drag the clip right over here. So firstly let's do something like shooting. So I'm gonna select the shooting sound, so I have it over here. So I'm gonna select the clip and drag it right over here, says audio clip, drag it right there. And I'm gonna uncheck this play on awake. Why? Because I don't want to play that audio clip that sound or shoot audio clip right away when the game starts. So that's why I just uncheck this play on awake, and I'm gonna set the audio manager. So let's go to transform, right click and reset the transform. So it's gonna set the position to 000 in the XYZ axis, and I want to play this audio, basically this right over here, this shooting sound whenever player game object shoot on enemy or just shoot. To do that, let's create a script for it. So let's head over to project tab, assets, and then let's move to script folder. Let's right click, create C# script, and name it to something like audio manager. I have it over here, so I'm gonna select the audio manager game object in the hierarchy. Let's select that, and let's select the audio manager script and drag it over to this add component section. And now let's double click that script to open it up in Visual Studio. So what we will do, we will remove these two namespaces from the top, we don't need it. And also what we will do, we will remove this update function and we're gonna leave the start function, and this comment, let's remove that, we don't need. So we need a reference of this audio source component, basically this audio source right over here for shooting clip. So we need a reference, then we can play the sound. To get the reference, let's go to script and we're gonna make a serialized field. Let's make a serialized field private, and the component we're looking for is a audio source. So we need to type the component type, which is audio source, and we're gonna call this something like shoot sound audio source or shoot clip audio source. Let's call it shoot clip audio source, and then close that up with semicolon, control S to save your code, and make sure you just go to Unity and drag the reference right there. So underneath our audio manager script, we should able to see and field just gonna pop up says shoot audio source clip. So what we have to do right there, we need to take this audio source and we need to drag it right there. So just give it a moment. As you can see, shoot or clip audio source, and by default it's empty. So what we will do, we will take this audio source, basically the for shooting. So make sure you just click over there and check the shoot clip is over here. If it's not, you can go to project tab, assets, and then just take the clip and drag it right over here. Now we have the clip, so we're gonna take this audio source and let's drag it right over here in this field. Now we have the reference of this shooting audio source clip, basically shooting audio source. Now we can play, and to play, let's go to script and we're gonna use singleton pattern. So let's use that. So if you are a little bit don't know what singleton pattern is, you can just go to timestamp and check that out. I have explained in this full course, so you can just go ahead on that chapter and check it if you don't know how to use singleton pattern. So I'm gonna make public static as the name of the script, which is audio manager, and we can call this one instance, and let's set the instance equal to this. But before we do that, we're gonna check if instance is equals to null. If that is the case, then we're gonna set this as an instance. So instance equal to this, and if the instance is already there, so we can destroy this. So let's use destroy this and close that up with semicolon. And we will gonna we what we will do, we will make a function for to play this shoot clip audio source. But when we just want to play that shoot audio clip, whenever the player click the left mouse button, basically shoots, at that moment we're gonna play that audio clip. So we're gonna make a function over here. So make sure you make that function public, because we want to call this function from another class, so that's why. So we're gonna make this public. For function, we're going to type void, and we can call this one something like play shooting sound, and make first bracket and some curly brackets. And in this, what we want to do, basically we're going to do we will go to shoot or clip audio source, and then we're gonna use this play function to play the audio clip. So make sure you just use this function dot play, and it's gonna play the clip you want to play. And make sure you just close that up with semicolon, control S to save your script. So what we basically doing, we just going over to that audio source clip, basically that audio source component, and then we using this play function to play the audio clip that we want to play. So in our case, we just going over to that. So control S to save your code, and once you done, we're gonna select the player game object in the hierarchy, and let's open up the player script by double clicking on it, and let's go where we shooting. So we shooting right over here. As you can see, we shooting, you can do it over here or you can do it else here as well. So whenever we click the left mouse button, so what we want to do, we want to play that shooting sound. So that's why we will go to audio manager script. So let's go to audio manager, sorry, audio manager dot, then we will go to instant, and to play the clip we're gonna call that function. So we will call the play shooting sound, and then close that up with semicolon, and control S to save your script. So basically what we doing, we just moving over to this audio manager script or this class, and then calling this function. And what this function is doing, it's just going to that audio source component, and then using this dot play function to play the clip we want to play. So control S to save your script, and once you done, you are good to go. And I'm gonna explain one more time what we basically doing. So if we select the audio manager game object in the hierarchy, and then go over to audio manager script, so we just moving over to this audio source component, and this audio source component has a clip called shooting, as you can see. So we just going over to this, and we using the play function to play this clip. And now if we just click on this play button in the top, and try to just click left mouse button, we should able to see, we will able to hear that shooting clip. But before we do, I'm gonna disable the music for now. Let's get out of play mode, and let's go to audio source, basically this one is for music. So I'm gonna uncheck for it now, basically disabling that music, and let's hit this play button to only hear the shooting sound. And if you just want to get it more in depth, I will give a link in the description of an video, you can go and check that out. So if I just click left mouse button, as you can see, as soon as we clicking left mouse button, we able to hear the music, as you can see. I hope you get the idea that what we basically doing over here. And if we just click on retry button, or we can see we retrying. I hope you get the idea. Let's get out of play mode, and we need to play some specific sound, something like this. When we collect this diamond, we need to play the coin collected or diamond collected sound clip, as well as this heart collected heart. Once we collect this heart, we just want to play the heart sound. To do so, let's go to script, and let's so we're gonna attach one more audio source component to this. So let's select the audio manager game object in the hierarchy, go over to inspector, and then click on add component, and let's add another audio source component. And for this one, we're gonna drag the collected sound clip. To do so, let's go to project tab, assets, audio, and let's select, I have it over here, so I'm gonna select that one, and let's drag it right over here. And now what we will do, we will uncheck this play on awake. We don't want to play this clip or this coin collection or this collecting sound whenever the game start. I only want to play once we collect this diamond or this heart. At that moment, we just want to play that clip. So that's why we just uncheck this play on awake. And now let's move over to script, because we need a reference of this audio source, then we can play this collected sound clip. So let's open up the script, and let's go to top of our class. Let's make another serialized field, private, and or that component we're looking for is audio source, and we can call this something like collecting sound, collected, let's call it collected audio source, and then close that up with semicolon, and let's make another function to play this clip. But before we do, we need to make sure we drag the reference. So once you save your script, make sure you just go to Unity, and you're gonna see an another source field. So what you have to do, you need to select this one and drag it right there. So you're gonna have the reference of this audio source of collecting one, then you can play the clip. So we will go to script, and let's make another function. So let's make a public void, and we can call this one something like play coin sound clip, coin sound clip, or play coin sound, something like that, and make first bracket and some curly brackets. So what we're gonna do in this in between this curly bracket, we will go to collected audio source clip, so audio source component, and then we're gonna use this play function to play the clip. And make sure you just make first bracket and then close that up with semicolon, control S to save your script. And once you're done, go to Unity, make sure you just press down Control S to save your script. And we also need to call this function, and what this play coin sound function will do, it's gonna go over to that audio source, and we'll use this play function to play the clip which we want to play. So make sure you just go to Unity, and Unity, we can see another collected audio source fields appears, and by default is sets none, basically empty. We're gonna take this audio source now, and let's drag it right there. And we're gonna open up the player script, basically where we collecting, we're gonna do there, we're gonna do there. So let's open up the player script by double clicking on it, and let's go to where we collecting it. So let's scroll down. We collecting over here, we are collecting the heart over here, and we collecting the diamond here. So let's call the function two more times, one over here and one here. So let's call it. So we're gonna call, or we will go to audio manager class, and then we're going to use instant, and then we will call the function, and the function we want to call is play coin sound. So make first bracket and then close that out with semicolon, and let's copy this function by Control C, and let's paste it over here where we collecting our diamond. So let's press down Control V for pasting it, and make sure you just press down Control S to save your script. And once you're done, make sure you just go to Unity, so just wait for to compile, and just do the same thing for all of this. And now if we hit this play button in the top, by now we should able to hear that sound whenever we collecting this diamond, this heart, and those things. As you can see, whenever we collect heart, we can able to hear the music, and once we shooting, we can see we can play the shooting sound, and the player game object dies. So let's get out of play mode. So basically do the same thing with all of the sounds, like when you are jumping, you can just call you can make a jump function, and in there you can call the jump sound, something like that. And if you want to get it in more depth, then I will give a link in the description of a video of audio manager, or you can simply say sound manager. You can check that out to make it to get it more deeply. I hope you get the idea that what we doing. ready to create our application. So let's make the application. To do so, we need to move over to top left file and then go to build settings over here, or the shortcut key you can see, which is Control Shift plus B. So just click right there and you're gonna get, and make sure you just drag all of the scenes right over here. If it's not, then go to assets, then scenes folder, select the scene and drag it right over here. And after doing that, click on player settings. Click on player settings. It's gonna take a moment. You have to name the company what you want to name it, and the product name. I'm gonna call this one to Super Runner. You can call it whatever you want to, whatever you want. It's totally up to you. And you can choose an icon, or you can just drag and drop the icon over here by going over to assets. And if you do have, so I'm gonna go over to sprites folder, then items, and I'm gonna choose, let's suppose, or let's click right over here, and you can choose any icon you like. So I'm gonna choose a perfect one. So let's do that. Let's suppose, let's drag, we can drag right over here. Let's suppose I choose this one as a default icon, and then go over to icons. You can see the icon over here, and that's it. Fine, let's move over to resolution and presentation section, and over here you can just leave this as it is, yeah, and it's fine. We can go to splash image, and then if I just click on this preview, you can see that a Unity logo shows up and the game just gets load up. But before you do that, make sure you are in the menu scene. So to do so, let's go to project tab, assets, and then scenes folder, and let's double click on this menu to go there, and we are now in menu scene, as you can see. And that's it. If we just click on preview, and it's working fine. And if you want to choose a another logo, you have a custom logo, then you can just go to logos and then click on this plus icon, and you can drag the logo right over here. Just click on select, or you can just go to that sprites folder, then items, basically wherever you have the logo, select that and drag it right over here. So I'm gonna leave like this, and I'm gonna select from here. Let's suppose I want to select any of these, so we can select and we can choose to go with, it's totally up to you which one. Let's suppose I want to select this shuriken, and if we just click on this preview, we can see the shuriken as well as the Unity logo. And now we can go to other setting, and we don't have to do right over here, and we can create the build right now. Let's cut this tab, and to create the build, make sure you just go to build settings, and in the bottom right you can see build and run. So just click right there and create a build folder by going over to main file, and then right click new folder, and name that folder to something like build. I already have it, so I'm going to select that folder, and let's click on select folder, and it's going to create the game, our game, right away. It's going to take a few moments depending upon how much assets the project contains and how many scripts the project contains. It totally gonna depend upon the project. If your project is too much big, then it's gonna take a quite a lot moment, and I already made, so that's why it just took me just less than 1 second, as you can see, and we can play our game. So just, but I'm gonna shrink down the sound. I'm gonna turn down the volume, and I'm gonna make this like this, and we can play our game. Sorry, let's shrink down the music one more time, something like this, and this is pretty fine. Sorry. and we can play our game now. So if I just click on play button, as you can see, we can play, we can shoot, and we can also jump, and I hope you get the idea. And as you can see, we can do these things and enemy shooting on our player game object. This is pretty fine. Let's kill some enemies, and let's kill this one, and it's pretty fun to play the game. And let's kill this, and we died. I hope you get the idea. So I'm gonna go to menu, and we can click on exit button. So if we try to click on this exit button now, it should quit our game. So let's have a look. So if I just click on exit, as you can see, as soon as we clicked on exit, it just get exit out our game. I hope all of you get the basics that how you can make a 2D game in Unity game engine. And if you feel little bit confused or feeling overwhelming, don't worry. Come later and watch the tutorial from the beginning. And if you guys want to support this channel or want to become a member of this channel, then go ahead and uh, with membership, go ahead and take a membership, and with membership you will unlock lots of benefits, exclusive benefits. And lastly, thanks for watching this complete course, and I will see you in the next tutorial. So see you and peace out.